No, I'm good.
And the aluminum work in the windows, boy, that goes into October and November.
And that's okay because that's,
Hello, Kristen Dolan.
Hi, Mick. How's it going today?
It's going. How are you doing? Actually,
Hello.
hello, Valerie. Be right back.
I'm Lucy.
Oh,
It will just give another minute or two for folks to join in. Looks like Miss Roy Lewis is still trying to join.
Council President,
Yes, Mr. Farmer.
through you, Chairman, what items will we be working on first? Will we be going back to youth services or finishing up?
I think what we're best served is what we've been kind of is to get the departments we have not touched at all yet that are on the schedule for tonight. fringe miscellaneous revenues, medical, council, state of Connecticut revenues, state of Connecticut revenues for town and education. As some of those hopefully, since they are single line items, which are just revenue lines, can hopefully go quickly. And then we will go back to tabled items and police. We'll take them as they come and hopefully get done soon.
Thank you, Chairman.
Keep me away from your.
Okay, Mr. McDowell's here. Mr. Jackson, is there anyone else from the admin side we want to give a minute or two, or are we ready to get going?
I think if we're starting with fringe, we should be ready to go.
Okay. As a quick reminder, our discussion on fringes will be led by Valerie Horsley, medical by Kristen Dolan, miscellaneous by Mr. Alston. In his absence, I will take care of that. State of Connecticut Town by Councilor Roe Lewis, and State of Connecticut Schools by Councilor Caesar. Okay.
Drone-based defense training. Gary Mason. Is it?
All right. So I will take us out of recess at 6:07. There will be no roll taken, but Ms. Rental will note who is present. Before we begin, I would just like to note that in all of your council emails, there is an opinion from Attorney Gruen. A memo has been sent about the questions that arose last night. So please read that when you are able. Tonight, we will go through, as scheduled, fringe benefits, miscellaneous revenues, medical, legislative council, state of Connecticut revenues, town, state of Connecticut revenues, education, and then tabled items, and then police. I would remind folks, we are scheduled for a public hearing tomorrow, and we have a special meeting set for Saturday at 10:30. We'll begin, if there's any final deliberations, at 9. Perhaps we can all just watch each other sit around and drink tea from 9 till 10:30. That would be nice. I would also, again, like to remind folks, and of course, I'm guilty of this too, as the time gets late and patience wears thin. Let's be mindful of each other, focus on the numbers and focus on the line items in the mission of our departments, and not on personal, any kind of guess at what personal motivations might be. We're just focusing on the numbers and on our line items. Having said all that, Councilor Horsley, fringe benefits are on page 93, and the floor is yours.
Great. Can I open up the fringe benefits with a motion to accept the mayor's recommended expenditures?
Second.
Okay, is Ms. Renta here to take that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank
Got
you.
it.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Renta. I couldn't see your square, so I just wanted to make sure. Okay, is there any discussion on the mayor's expenditures for fringe benefits? Mr. Counselor Farmer.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to ask a quick question on the Workman's Comp Fund. The mayor's proposed is $100,000 shorter. So I just want to understand, is this a contractual line item, and where we are currently with Workman's Comp through you, Chairwoman?
It's not so much contractual as statutory. There is statutory language regarding workers' compensation, anyone who is injured or potentially injured on the job. We have, these cases can linger, and we have been moving over the last year firmly to close out older cases. which is why you see a slight reduction, because we've been successful in that with our third party manager, PMA.
Thank you, Director Jackson. Counselor Farmer, did you have more questions? Not seeing any. Counselor McDowell.
Thank you. I just wanted to discuss some of the decreases here. I'm a little concerned about the 50,000 decrease to heart and hypertension. The looks like an $80,000 decrease to workers' comp, which I think was just discussed, and almost a 50% decrease to unemployment compensation. I'll start with unemployment. I thought our unemployment costs were relatively fixed. I mean, we kind of know who our temporary workers are, who are going to be on unemployment seasonally. Is there a reason we're able to realize almost 50% savings here?
So the bulk of that is for school crossing guards. Given, frankly, what was a terrible year for learning students.
Yeah.
Summertime is, I think, going to look a little bit different as it pertains to the schools. And so that's the reason for the reduction in the unemployment. Now, that is you're right, it's generally a fixed cost, but I think we're going to have a lot of use for those crossing guards over the summer that we don't usually have.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure that was tied to something. If we're going to have crossing guards that are not on unemployment over the summer, then that makes sense. Can we talk about the 80,000 from workers' comp? And I guess I'm a little less worried about workers' comp than I am heart and hypertension. But I guess if you could speak to both of those decreases and why we might be able to expect savings there.
Certainly. So we talked a little bit about the workers' comp. We have a lot of older cases that we've been able to close out. So essentially medical payments end up that are potentially compensable end up in this line, not in the medical insurance line. And so every time we close out a case, that claim gets taken away, and we've been able to close out a number of cases. The heart and hyper is very similar. For those who don't know, there is a presumption for guardians that if in their pre-employment physical they show no signs of heart and hypertension, if they develop those symptoms over the course of their employment period, it is presumed that it is related to their employment as a guardian. And that's been the case since 1977, and the folks try to change it every year up in Hartford. It hasn't changed significantly since then, but there's always efforts to either roll it back or increase it to other entities such as ambulance drivers and other types of high stress jobs. None of those movements have been made. When we look at heart and hyper, we're looking at where we are, right now, and the numbers seem to support a slight reduction in that.
I suppose my concern is that over the past year, and maybe it's not as much of a concern as many of us thought it might be a year ago, but I just want to shoot it out there because I think it's something that we're going to want to discuss when we turn on medical. I guess I'm worried that there was a big backlog of people who were able to visit doctors' offices, get these sort of, there was a period of time where doctors' offices were closed. Another period of time, I should say closed to non-emergency and non-urgent stuff. Another period of time where, it was a while to get an appointment. I'm worried that there might be a backlog of folks who, even though we realized savings last year, it was because people weren't able to attend their doctor's offices for routine things. As we play catch up on that, I'm worried that there might be some catch up in terms of paying for it as well. Is that something the administration has thought of? Is that incorporated into these calculations?
Yes, the notion of pent up demand works on both sides, both on the revenue side and on the expenditure side. When I look at this account today with 6-7 weeks left in the fiscal year, our actual expenditures are $386,000, and the doctor's offices have been open. So is there a ramp up? When this book was created, it was 338. So it's been $50,000 since March.
Okay. All right. Cool. I appreciate you walking me through that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. President McGarry.
Thank you, Councilor Horsley. Actually, I meant to speak to this prior to opening up, but I just wanted to give a little bit of an update. And Director Jackson, I don't know if you want to walk us through, but I just asked Director Jackson for an update of where we were in terms of the mill rate, increased reductions in revenue, and increases in expenses. So the proposed budget mill rate, the current mill rate is 51.98. The proposed is 51.47. Currently, the council proposed budget, what the amendments we have made, and obviously we're not done, and it changes all the time, is 51.93. We have reduced 1.37 million in revenue, and we've added 364 so far in additional expenses. So we're 1.7 million in addition to the proposed budget. So I just want to have those numbers out there for our discussion, for us to think about tonight as we go through. Obviously, some things are bigger movers than others, but it is something for us to consider as we are approaching the end of our deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, President McGarry. That was helpful. Councilor Farmer.
Thank you, Chairwoman, through you. And thank you, Council President, for that context. Definitely appreciated. Just 2 lines that I wanted to ask questions on. The unemployment compensation line. I just wanted to know where we currently are with that, and if the mayor's request of 35,000 is appropriate. And then the townwide savings line. We'll see if anyone has any other discussion on that, but I think I don't know what the utility of that line is. As much as I like to see the savings that we're doing, it's nice to pat ourselves on the back, but unless it has like an actual reason to be there, I don't think we should add in these lines. So those are my 2 questions through you, Chairwoman, to Director Jackson.
The actuals on unemployment as of today are 28,000. The townwide savings, and we spoke about this on Saturday with a different savings line in the mayor's office. So that line is really for goods and services. This line is really for personnel related items, which is why it's in the fringe line. It captures, every day that someone is not in a job. So it resolves itself when we close the books at the end of the year. And we have successfully, so when you see like the 0 in actual in 2019-20 in your book, that means we were able to resolve the budgeted number. And so that is really what it is. So we take, specifically the 0110 accounts, which are salaries, the 0130 accounts, which are overtime, and we pull them down to to satisfy this line, anything that's left over, at 12:01 on July 1st. So I understand what you feel about that, Counselor, and Councilwoman Dolan. You made a strong argument around it on Friday or on Saturday as well. The number is half of what it was in the budget that was passed last year.
Just a point of clarification. So if the savings are actualized, right, that number hits zero. What happens if we find more savings? Where are those numbers represented in the budget through you, Chairwoman?
Anything over the amount in the budget falls to fund balance.
Sorry, I did not catch that.
Everything above that number falls to fund balance.
Okay, is there a count to that?
No, it becomes, just sort of this mechanical exercise, just like if I don't know, if books, maps, and manuals in a department doesn't get expended, it just flows right to fund balance at the end of the year.
So I guess I'm confused, because if this is supposed to show us where we're finding savings so that we have a better understand of how we are being efficient and where we can put our time and resources to, if we don't know where that money eventually landed up in terms of shortfalls or where we're putting it to, I don't understand how we can use this as a tool or a vehicle to understand and keep track of those savings. So I'm a little confused on that. Maybe I'm the only one, but can you help me make sense of that, Director Jackson?
Certainly, or I can try. So there is a target in the budget. It's been there for some time. And so at the end of when we're closing out the books, we take all the leftovers from the salary accounts and we apply them to this number until we hit that number, and then anything else just goes directly to fund balance. So it's not unlike the townwide savings in the mayor's office, these are really the leftovers. When we had an individual put in his retirement papers from Public Works today. He'll work for a few more weeks. We will take the time to decide whether or not to hire and how we should hire, and then start that process. It could be 6 months by the time that we actually replace this individual. And so that 6 months of savings is what ends up here. So it's not really a strategy. It's a recognition of the reality of hiring, and that we will never, ever exceed, if you stack up all the 0110 accounts, we will never actually hit that number. And so this is a recognition of that fact, and putting it into the budget provides again some tax savings that, on the flip side, if it were the will of the council, would go to fund balance at the end of the year. So do you take it at the beginning of the year, or do you take it at the end of the year? Is really the question here.
Thank you for that description. I guess two asks, right? One being, if we could update that description so that future counselors can have that perspective, and hopefully we will save them much needed time to be with their family by having a better description. And then the second thing is just to get clarification from our legal counsel, because I guess I am somewhat concerned if we are factoring in savings that we might have for retirement. I could see a scenario where the unions might construe that as pushing for people to retire, and I don't. I worry about that. So I would love to get some clarification on that. But with that, I'll pass it back to the chairwoman, and thank you for the time through you, Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Dolan.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, are you able to provide any detail on the 1.25 million? Is there a schedule of where you think the monies are going to come from?
No, I don't think I do, because as Mr. Farmer just said, they're all based upon personnel. And we are not pushing anybody out. We're not trying to do anything like that. So they come, we see it once a month at the retirement board meeting. We see them come, and we see people resign to take other positions. And we see all of these things, but there's no, there are no targets. There is only the reality of what we've seen over the course of many years.
Right. So because we budget for the positions that we have and the positions we think we're going to fill and the positions we think we need to do town business. So if we do lose somebody, we usually replace them. And this is just the savings that would occur had that happened.
Well, we sometimes replace them. And B, because of the way that our systems work, you can't have two people in the same seat. So even if someone leaves today, we can't even start the recruitment for the replacement until after they vacated the seat. So there's built-in time.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to zero this account out.
Second.
Ms.
Which line is this?
I'm sorry?
It's
Which line? Which
It's-
line?
I'm sorry. I would like to make a motion to zero out line item 14-211-0221 townwide savings of $1,250,000.
Got it. Thank you.
Counselor Dolan, as the maker of the motion, would you like to speak to it?
I would, thank you. So the reason I would like to zero it out is because this account is not tied to a specific savings plan that we have. I understand that Director Jackson is telling us if we are to achieve any savings, it would fall to this line item. However, if we were to achieve any savings, it would just fall down to the general fund balance, which is where we want it. But if we put this in here, then our savings are already being accounted for. They're already being offset by expenses that we have in the budget. So therefore, let's say everything else came out exactly even and we didn't achieve these savings, we'd have a deficit of $1,250,000. And that's why this line item just doesn't really work for me. And I don't think it belongs here. One other thing is that I think it makes more sense if we do have a change, say, for example, in Department A, and we weren't able to hire somebody for a few months, or we had some retirements there. At the end of the year, you like to say, hey, the savings came from Department A, not that they're loaded into this one fringe number and everything. It's like an extra step that doesn't seem to be necessary to me. So that is why I would like to reduce this to zero. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. President McGarry.
Thank you, Councilor Horsley. I'm going to be opposed to this for a very specific reason. And while I recognize what Councilor Dolan is saying, we are getting to the point where, it's time for us to really start talking turkey. I'm well aware that there's a limit to the increase in mill rate that this body is going to be able to tolerate. And also, I would like to say too, historically, I'm very happy to see that the attrition lines were in one place. Historically, the attrition lines in past budgets have been, there was one in police, there was one in fire, they were kind of spread out, which actually made their individual departments a little bit harder. This was a couple of years ago, but it made their departments a little bit harder to manage because they had the attrition line. And the savings are always generated, as Mr. Jackson described. There is always going to be attrition. It is going to happen. It'll be there. And I do think we should encourage the town to also look for savings wherever possible. So I like having a line that does that. And the savings, before it gets, if we want to see the savings from individual lines, we just have to look at it before the end of the fiscal year. If we look at the last report, we'll see which lines, which salary lines, as Mr. Jackson ended, I think the 011 lines will indicate how much money is left there, and then they would all be swept at the end of the year cleanup. So the particular reason I have is we also have coming up tonight, we will still be dealing with our debt service line. And and although this is slightly off topic, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty convinced we need to keep that negative expense. However, people have expressed real concern about that. So I will later be making a motion to add to our debt service payments. But again, there's only so high this council will vote on the mill rate increase. So I don't know if we can do both, to be completely frank. And I think the money would be better served in debt service. So it's a very practical explanation for my vote and my support, my non-support of the motion, because we have to get this budget passed, and we have to start seeing things in their entirety. And you pull on one string here and it unravels somewhere else. So I don't know if this council has the tolerance of the mill rate to both eliminate this line and add money to debt service on the other end. And I'm not thinking about the full 2.3 either. I think that's also too much of an ask. But those are my thoughts on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor McDowell.
Thank you. I'm kind of, I feel that I have to support this line. I think it is important that we recognize that if we are dedicated to decreasing the mill rate, that we do that in an honest way. We can just make up revenues all day if we want the mill rate to be low. That doesn't solve the problem, and it's why we're having the problem that we have. So this is painful. This is incredibly painful. And I think we have to have a conversation about where else we want to see cuts come from. We have the time for those conversations. I think we have to have them. But mill rate reduction has to come from an honest place. Otherwise, it's 30 years of liabilities when we have to figure out how we cover deficits. So I don't want to belabor the point. I see that there's other people that want to speak. But as incredibly painful as it is to make this kind of increase to the budget, I have to support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Farmer.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I asked for a special meeting for us to talk about the mill rate and figure out where we were and what the appetite was and the will of the council. If we want to find savings, we have to be honest. We can't self-congratulate ourselves for not being in deficit. That's kind of like the only job that most community members think of us is like, cool, make sure potholes get fixed, make sure roads get paved, make sure we're not in debt. Like that's kind of what people think that we do and what encompasses our job. I don't think it makes sense to have this line. And I think it goes back to a conversation about priorities. in an austerity budget, which I hate using the word austerity, literally being a socialist, I don't think we should go for austerity. But if we are in an austerity budget, then we have to figure out where we're cutting from. This line does not help us actualize that. Through you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Counselor Shoemaker.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I just want to communicate to my colleagues, I will not be supporting zeroing this line. In the course of doing business over the fiscal year, there will be these savings from the salary lines. It makes perfect sense to me. It would not make sense to me for us to not recognize that. By recognizing that with this line, we are supporting keeping the mill rate lower than it would be otherwise. It seems like a no-brainer to me with all the
You mute it.
with all the constituents who have said to me, please keep the mill rate as low as possible. I couldn't possibly vote to support zeroing this line. It's a common sense line that recognizes a financial situation in the course of managing a large personnel pool over the course of a fiscal year. I just wanted to express that through you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Bonadies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just looked back at the actuals and it's 0, 0, 0, 0 all the way across. So if there were savings or cost avoidances in previous years, would they have shown up on that line? Or do those savings just drop down to the bottom line and, don't actually show up on this line? Because I know this past current year, we had $300,000 in savings from the police department in regular salaries, and that's not showing up anywhere. That went immediately into, E&C and accrued benefits. So I don't see any proof that this is actually a thing that happens during the fiscal year. It may, but as soon as we have any extra revenue, it seems to disappear. So I would like to know where to see those savings, where demonstrably I could see those savings in the budget and in what line item, because for the past 4 years, 5 years, it's been zero.
Yes, it shows up as a zero because we drive that number down to zero. So if we did not achieve that savings, there would still be a number in that. So it shows up as a transfer in as we close the books. And if we have enough money to close it or to meet that, it shows up as a zero and a transfer in at the close of year. If we weren't able to meet it, there would still be a number there.
Okay, so, but it's hard to assess that number because it's not expressed somewhere. It's, and I know it's hard to do that in a budget because things are fluid. Money shows up, it falls down to the bottom line, it gets transferred, but it would be nice to know year over year what savings is achieved through attrition and other expenses that don't come, are not fully expended. So how do
Right, well, I can
what
say
that is year over year?
Yeah, I can say that for, just looking at the data here, I can say that there was $2.5 million in the budget that was passed last year, and that 2.5 million was attained through salary savings.
Okay, so how can you express?
Or employee-related savings. It's not all salary.
So that was for fiscal year 2020?
That's correct.
And do you have data on the previous years?
I don't, as it was stated earlier, that it used to be scattered throughout departments.
Okay.
So it would take a little bit of effort to go back and find those accounts and track them down.
Okay, I don't know that I will support zero because I feel there is some savings. I know that expenses aren't expenses usually come in a little bit under, but I don't know that I could support the full amount that is in the mayor's recommended expenditure line. So I won't support 0, but I don't know that I could support this full amount. Thank you.
Thank you. President McGarry.
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in. I do believe, so Mr. Jackson, the transfers at the end of the year, would that be a way that we could capture those savings? Because we'll see the transfers from the, police salary line, public works salary line into this line.
Yes, but they're so from a munis standpoint, they're kind of lumped together. If we wanted to capture it on July 1 of 2021, we could do it at the time and say, but there's no way to say, okay, so Joe Smith retired from munis. There's no way to say Joe Smith retired, and so his $38,000 worth of savings is now captured here. It's done on an object code basis.
Would we be also able to look at, say, the second to last expense report of the year, and then we would see what was left in the salary lines before the transfers began to close the books?
Yeah. Do you see those already?
Yeah, those are put into our drive.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. You can see that there will never be a day, just because of the way that we work. There has never been a day or a year, and there will never be a year where we fully expend the salary account.
Thank you. And I also just want to say, I don't think I'm being dishonest by not supporting this. Attrition happens. It just happens. So, we can argue about whether or not we should include the line, but, a person's not being dishonest by recognizing that attrition exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Wetmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we use a lot of the salary savings in their transfers. I mean, you see it all the time that they're transferring something from the salary line to something, maybe it's overtime, maybe it's something they need, but the salary line is always used up, it seems like, in the departments. I don't believe we'll get this much money in attrition at all, or concessions. It seems like the concession days may be over. So I would really like to see this lowered. I'm not sure I want to see it zeroed out, but I would definitely like to see it lowered. So my question is, Councilwoman Dolan, would you take a friendly amendment to reduce it to 750,000?
You got 6 correct. Now you're up to 1,800 points. Way to go.
No, I think I would rather see the whole thing go.
Okay, that's understandable. All right.
Thank
I
you.
will be voting for, not voting for that. So thank you very much. I've done my say. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Baez.
I just want to express my concern that this was very similar. This is almost the exact same explanation for the townwide savings in the mayor's portion of the budget, the mayor's office budget. And it says in that section of the mayor's budget that there's salary savings that we are realizing in that town line. Since that line in the mayor's office has been zeroed out, I feel more comfortable with funding this line at a portion. I would like for this line to be mainly concessions, but as we know, the concessions that we've gotten for this year are under $44,000. I don't have the exact number calculated because it seems that we got there's a different number in existence than the one that we originally got in our emails or as a revised. But I would also rather see this number lowered down so we can get more in our fund balance. And the only thing that would keeping this line so high is fear of the mill rate. And I don't think it's the best for us to operate on fear, but that's the truth of the matter. I'm just comforted that we've already zeroed out one of these lines that do the exact same thing in the other office. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I put myself on the list to, I've been as chair of the Fiscal Stability Committee as we've been looking at the employment and trying to figure out a system for understanding when folks would be hired in town. I've been paying attention to a lot of the positions in town that haven't been filled over the past few years. I'll just remind my colleagues that the town planner retired in January and we just hired a new one. So that was 3 months of savings on a salary of about $100,000. So that was $25,000. We also had our economic development director retire about 4 or 5 months ago. So we saved on that salary. I remember in last year's budget, I was asking about this because we knew we had some big retirements. And so to me, it does make sense what Director Jackson is saying. And so I will not be supporting this zeroing out. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of
Can we get a
zeroing
roll
out?
call vote, Chairwoman?
Sure, I wasn't finished speaking, but okay. Yes, all those in favor of zeroing out line 14 to 11, 0221. We're gonna vote yes and a roll call vote when Ms. Renta is ready.
I am prepared.
And just a point of clarification, this, a yes would be eliminating, zeroing it, and a no would be keeping it. Correct, Chairwoman?
That's correct.
Thank you, through you.
Okay. Councilman Alston is absent. Councilwoman Baez,
No.
Councilwoman Bonadies. Nope, not zero. Councilman Caesar,
No.
Councilwoman Klaus is absent. Councilwoman Dolan,
Yes.
Councilman Farmer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gary is absent. Councilwoman Horsley,
No.
Councilman McDowell,
Yes.
President McGarry,
No.
Councilwoman Merle Lewis,
No.
Councilwoman Shoemaker,
No.
Councilman Weber. Yes. Councilwoman Wetmore.
No.
Four opposed, or 4 in favor, 8 opposed. It fails.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Renta. Is there any further discussion on the fringe benefit expenditures? Counselor Wetmore.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to reduce this line to $750,000.
Second.
Is there any further discussion on this line? We've had a lot of discussion, so I hope that we've concisely discussed this because we need to move on. Okay, great. Do we want a roll call vote for those that like roll call votes?
Yeah, I would love
Okay,
well,
great.
thank you, Chairwoman.
Love to do that. Okay, Ms. Renta, are you ready?
Give me just 1 second.
Okay.
Amount to 750. Okay. Councilwoman Baez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bonadies,
Yes.
Councilman Caesar,
No.
Councilwoman Dolan,
Yes.
Councilman Farmer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horsley,
No.
Councilman McDowell,
Yes.
President McGarry,
No.
Councilwoman Rowe Lewis,
No.
Councilwoman Shoemaker,
No.
Councilman Weber. Got you. Councilwoman Wetmore.
Yes.
7 in favor, 5 opposed, it passes.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion on fringe benefits expenditures? Seeing none, I'll move that we accept the fringe benefit expenditures as amended. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Great. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Don't see any opposed. Any abstentions? Not seeing any. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and next on our agenda is miscellaneous revenues. In miscellaneous revenues, our discussion will be led by, by me, since Mr. Alston is not available at this time. Mr. McDowell, you had a question?
I'm sorry. I'll wait for us to move miscellaneous revenues.
All right. Miscellaneous revenues is on page 119, if you haven't made it there yet. May I have a motion to accept the revenues as proposed by the mayor?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Wetmore, seconded by Mr. Farmer. Discussion, Mr. McDowell.
Thank you. I want to discuss school bus traffic enforcement. Are we still using the same company that we've been using for a number of years now? Has the Board of Ed made a shift on this yet?
We still use First Student, Brad. Mr. McDowell.
The company that monitors and enforces traffic violations.
Yeah, that's not handled through us. We don't do that.
Right. But the private company that we have that does that work for us, that company is still the same that it's been for a number of years. Is that correct? There's been no change there?
To the best of my knowledge, and I will double check that, but I don't recall any change.
So forgive me, Mr. Ariola, because I don't know if you and I have ever had this discussion. This may be the first time that you and I have this discussion, but I've discussed it every budget season, and I know that we made a big push 2 years ago, and there wasn't really a big will on the Board of Ed to make a change here. The school bus stop sign cameras are predominantly in the southern end of town. Not only does this leave students in the northern end of town uncovered in these instances, I've seen, dash cams from residents showing, folks speeding by buses on Shepherd Avenue and other such roads. But also it results in a massive inequity in terms of where this revenue is coming from and the folks that are being hit with these kind of traffic violations. So, I don't know that the solution is here. The Board of Ed must at some point make it an initiative to, if we're going to do this, which I believe we should, to do it equitably. Certainly if somebody's speeding past a stopped bus, that individual needs to be held accountable. That's a major risk to our students. However, to do that equitably and in a way that doesn't target specific communities, which I recognize is not something like, I'm not at all placing blame on you. I'm bringing this up as something that we must tackle if we're talking about equity in our school system. I won't make a motion at this point. I don't know that there is a motion I can make that would mandate that we address this situation. But it does feel like kind of dirty money at this point, especially because, elected Board of Ed members have known about this for some time now and have not made it an initiative to change.
I appreciate this because this is the first, obviously, in my 2 years here, that I'm hearing of this. And what I will do is let me get you a report to find out what who we're using, what the criteria. let me dive into this a little bit, and I'll get you guys a report through the whole board of where this stands through the Board of Ed.
That'd be
Obviously,
great.
to me, this is the first time
Yeah.
I'm getting involved with this.
That would be great, because I know that we had a report a couple years ago. Obviously, an updated report would be incredible. And I appreciate your willingness to jump on this as a project. Because like I said, we had a long, large conversation about this, and I brought it to a Board of Ed meeting about 2 years ago. And the will on the Board of Ed just wasn't to tackle it at the time. And I think the conversation has changed over the last 2 years. I hope that we're ready to tackle this over the next fiscal year.
I will get that too.
Thank you for allowing me that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Mr. Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. Through you, Chairman. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. The Quinnipiac University line. Well, I guess there's no tender way to ask this question. Are we expecting to receive the $200,000 that is put there and has negotiations with the university already started? And then also just an explanation on the town grant capital budget project reimbursements. So those are my two questions. Maybe Mr. Ariola can give us some more insight, or maybe Director Jackson on the latter. But is there anyone from the administration to speak on the Quinnipiac University line? Through you, Chairman.
I can speak to that. I think members of the council, particularly those who have been here for 8 to 10 years, have seen that number, have seen the actual proceeds reduce year over year over year. And so this budget recognizes that. The university is committed to providing some level of support to the town, but we just looked at the trend lines and determined that it was a prudent move to just reduce that number from where it had been in the past.
So we are expecting the 200,000 then.
We are.
And there has been negotiations and conversations already started with the university.
I would say conversations. I would not say negotiations. It's a voluntary contribution by the university. And so that is where it lands every year. They, the determination is theirs. And we accept their voluntary contribution.
Thank you. There's this dynamic. We are an eds and meds community, right? We live and breathe off of the universities that are here, right? At the same time, there's conversations around economic development. There's conversations about growth, and there's conversations about job placement, right? How many jobs are we providing and being good stewards? So I'm saying negotiating because we're negotiating power and how we can be good stewards to each other, right? Quinnipiac can't be successful if we're, as a town, is not successful, and we can't be successful if Quinnipiac isn't meeting us at that table, right? So we are codependent on each other, and I want to make it clear that, my university, Southern Connecticut State University, they pay a great deal of taxes and contributions to the state, and we're a state school. So I expect the same from private institutions. So I appreciate you making that distinction, but I just wanted to add that perspective on the matter through you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Mr. Caesar.
Mr. Jackson, just a quick question. When they go and they buy a property, tear it down, leave a blank lot there, they're not paying taxes on that property anymore, right? We're not getting tax revenue, correct? When that happens, when they,
No, we're getting tax revenue on a vacant lot because it's not being used in the service of delivering education.
when they build a,
So it's a highly reduced value. You know, if it's 40 by 50 lot, it's, taxed as vacant land until they do something with it. And if it's educational, then that structure becomes exempt. If it is not educational, then that structure is taxable.
what about housing when the university buys houses and rents it and has it basically for students? Do those houses go off our tax rolls and are no longer taxed, or are they taxed still
They are taxed.
at the same rate of a regular residence, or is it a lower
Yeah.
rate?
Nope, lower rate. I mean, so it's either taxed or it's tax exempt, and it depends on whether or not it is core to the educational mission.
I really think
if they knock down one of those houses and built an African Studies Center there, then that would be non-taxable.
so along Whitney Avenue, where we have those houses used to be that are now vacant lots, if they were to build something on them, such as a Starbucks or a Apple store or whatever it may be, they would generate higher tax revenue for the town, correct?
That's correct. And to give Quinnipiac its due, they're one of the largest taxpayers in the town.
I understand that, but I also think that, being a good steward and getting along with your neighbors and making a valued, contribution back to the town shouldn't be out of the question here. I mean, this is, they use our services when there's litter and blight created by students at different properties, and it has to be cleaned up by the town. You look at police services, fire services. I know I'm preaching to the choir here. I get it. You guys all understand it. I understand that. But I really think there has to be a real big push with this administration to get more. I mean, it really is unfair that the taxpayers have to fund some of this and make it happen. And we can't even get $200,000 from them. I mean, it really is ridiculous. I mean, Yale, other universities, obviously, Mr. Farmer had mentioned, are paying. They're hampering our economic growth in terms of having these properties not be developed and just sit there vacant in prime areas of Hamden that could be economic developed. So I want to see more than $200,000 in this line, and we've got $500,000 in 2019-20. I'd rather put a number in there like $500,000 and put it on you guys. Make the negotiation. Tell them they got to pay more and make it happen. I mean, I'd rather see that than just say zero. Oh, we give up. We're not trying. Whatever it may be. I'd rather put it on you guys. Go out there and get money from them. Tell them they got to pay more. It's not fair to the taxpayers in this town. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Caesar. Councilor Farmer.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you, I'd like to make a motion to add a line for Yale University with $20,000. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Just going to make note of the hands that were raised previous to this motion, and I'm just going to lower hands, and then Mr. Farmer, I assume you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, Council President. If I may.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Council President. Through you, Yale University is one of the largest institutions on the planet. It has a $40 billion endowment, makes $11 million a day on its endowment. They own $3.5 million of non-taxable property in the great town of Hamden. They have a voluntary contribution to our sister city in New Haven, where they give $14 million that has been fought by the Board of Alders to push for the university to contribute more. After making $11 million in interest, I don't think $20,000 is a big ask, especially when we have $3.5 million in property. They built a beautiful West Campus in West Haven, brought jobs and economic opportunity. A lot of our community members work for the institution. I think it's time that the university materially invests in the great town of Hamden. And that is what this line is doing. The mayor talked about it in past budgets. There was nothing actualized from that in the past. So I want to see that. I want to see the administration fight to get more representation and to get the university more involved in our community in a structural way. So that is the intention with this motion. Again, 2 years ago, we put in $20,000. We got nothing. I think it's time that we get Yale to the negotiation table and see that actualized through you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Farmer. I put myself on the list to speak to this. I agree that Yale University has a vested interest or should have a vested interest in the town of Hamden because so many of their employees work here. Or I'm sorry, live here. Some of their employees live in our town. But we did have, we had a line and we all got criticized for having a line. So 20,000, I guess, because it's a very small amount. But, you know, I do think we should be asking Yale University to help support the community or invest in our community. I'm just not holding out a lot of hope that will actualize anything there. Thank you. And Miss Councilor Horsley.
I just want to, I was going to make this point earlier before this motion, but I think I'll make it here as well. Universities have had a very tough year this year, even Yale with its high endowment. The COVID pandemic has not been an easy year, especially for Quinnipiac. They had to lay off a lot of their employees because of the reduction in tuition and students coming back to campus. And so while I agree that they should be, devoting and resources to our community, I don't know if this is the right year to be negotiating with universities. I also just want to correct Councilor Farmer that West Campus was purchased by Yale. It was built by Bayer as a pharmaceutical company. It was not built by the university. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Councilor Horsley. Councilor McDowell.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel I'm kind of in the middle about this. I do not like putting revenues in the budget that we will not be able to realize. At the same time, right? Either we as a body need to decide that we're putting things in the budget and making a mandate on that, or we're not. I would be okay supporting this because it's a considerably low number. I'd like to see it lower. For me, I probably would have put this as a budget line as $1 just to make it a priority for the administration. Considering we just reduced $750,000 of liability in another department, for that reason, I think I'm okay with this. There absolutely must be a contribution from Yale to the community. I mean, I haven't done the exact math, but we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars a day in interest. We're asking for a few hours of Yale's effort in exchange for what our community provides to Yale. And that's not to say that Yale doesn't provide considerably to our community. But if we're going to make the argument that Quinnipiac University utilizes our emergency services, utilizes our streets, utilizes our sidewalks, and our other public utilities, we need to also make those same demands of other institutions in town, especially Yale, which has a considerably higher endowment than any other organization in our community. I think it's more than fair. So Councilman Farmer has done a considerable amount of work and calculation on this item, and I I trust his judgment on this, and I'll support this, even though I do wish it was a lower number. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McDowell. Councilor Farmer, before your second bite, I'm going to go with the folks who have had no bite.
No problem, Council President.
Thank you. Councilor Wetmore.
Thank you. How did we jump from talking about Quinnipiac to Yale? I mean, I think we also should try to hit Yale up for some money, but I had some comments about Quinnipiac and some questions. So I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask that now or.
Well, after taking action on this particular motion, which is to create a line item for Yale within the miscellaneous revenues, we'll be back to miscellaneous revenues as a whole, in which Quinnipiac University would be a discussion point.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Baez.
I really, I don't think that Yale is going to give us money, or at least not this, I think maybe if we phrased it in a different way to them, maybe if we asked for a grant for a specific thing, but I don't think they're going to give it to us just for miscellaneous revenue. Maybe we can ask for $10,000 specifically for youth development or a community project of some sort. They would put it towards a specific initiative, but I am totally for asking the administration to go in, do some legwork in finding out how we can get some monetary input from Yale University, but I do not think that we'll get $20,000 specifically in a miscellaneous revenue line. If we come back and say something else like, okay, we're going to put $10,000 in revenue at community youth and arts or inside the finance department, where we could have a grants person or the proposed capital projects person, then maybe I would be more apt to it. But I don't think it's going to happen here.
Thank you, Ms. Baez. Councilor Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. And Councilor Horsley, I've visited the facility, so I misspoke in the passion of the moment, but I will keep that bear in mind. So thank you again for calling that to my attention. The university has 70% of stock in Zoom. Again, I think it is setting a priority, right? It is, Yale University is not the same as Quinnipiac. Yale University is not the same as Southern, which also contributes, right? Despite being a state institution. I would argue, and I appreciate Councilor Baez's point. Quinnipiac has earmarked things in the past as they give us money, right? So they say, we want you to spend a particular amount of money on something. If there was a friendly made to do that, I think that would make sense. I thought it was pertinent to bring it up here because I don't necessarily know what the priorities are for our colleagues and what they want to see. But I think it's very important to make the case that the administration should be having conversations with Yale University. There should be an expectation of resources coming in, and that also our community members are hurting, right? Yale has a home buyers program in the city of New Haven where they're encouraging people to put in roots in the city of New Haven in the most distressed communities. I have concerns about gentrification on that, but again, that is investment once again into the community. We don't see those things. There's no New Haven promise. Once again, there's no opportunities coming from the university. They have a great multitude of contributions in our sister city. We don't see those same contributions, nor do we see a monetary benefit. So I think it is very pertinent that we make it clear now that the university needs to start discussing with us ways that they can contribute because their community members, right, are suffering high taxes, and if they can't afford them, they're going to leave our town. And we are one of the closest communities to New Haven. This is good for business, this is good for the region, and this is a win-win. So we need to see our partners step up, especially in these troubling times. Through you, Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor Farmer. Counselor Bonadies.
I would like to nominate Councilman Farmer to approach Yale University and pitch that, because that was great. So,
Second.
oh. Thank you.
All right. Any further Counselor Baez, second bite.
Would you take a friendly amendment to add the Yale University community projects line to the finance budget for them to approach Yale with the help of council people, possibly? You would take that friendly amendment? Who was your?
I would, Counselor Baez. Counselor McDowell was the second.
Yes, I'm on board.
All right, so the amendment has, or the motion has been amended to move it to the finance department. Counselor Horsley?
So as much as I really wish that Yale would do more for Hamden, they are very New Haven centric. They only care about New Haven, and they only care about New Haven because the undergrads live near New Haven. So they are invested in making sure that New Haven is a great town. And they have since the 90s. In the 200 years before that, they didn't care at all about the town, right? And so I have tried to build science programs that build between Hamden Public Schools and the university. And I hit walls all the time. And you know how I am with walls. I don't like them. So I'm still working on that. But I am just saying that we can put lines all over this budget to ask Yale to do something. And it's going to take a lot of our effort over many years to get a dime. And us adding anything to any department, I'm against, just because it's not realistic. And I thought we were committed to a realistic budget. That's what I am committed to. And I hope you are as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor Horsley. Counselor Baez.
I was just commenting on history. Yes, the town gown relationship with Yale and New Haven was very much saw an improvement in the 90s because of leadership. And in the 1990s, John DeStefano changed the way Yale interacted with New Haven. They created a Yale New Haven State Affairs Office, and that was because there was leadership from the municipality. And I think that we can find that leadership. And I also agree with realistic line items in the budget. So if we want to lower it $20,000, that also pass lower than $20,000, I would vote for that as well. But I do think that we need leadership to work hard. Like you're saying, it's going to work hard. It's going to take some time, but we need working hard. Elbow grease.
Thank you, Counselor Baez. Counselor Roe Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in agreement with Councilwoman at Large Baez and saying it's we have to put in some elbow grease, but I am also in agreement with Councilwoman Horsley based on the fact that Yale doesn't have any reason to invest in Hamden. One of the reasons why they invested so heavily in with housing and helping their employees with down payment for housing in New Haven is based on crime. And they wanted to make sure their students were safe. So they gave you a permit in which to buy houses where the employees could buy. It's the same thing with the hospital. Yale New Haven Hospital does the exact same thing. They give you a border in which you can buy, and they will give you a down payment for. And so it's based on the safety. They wanted their employees to build up certain neighborhoods around. Hamden is way too far. And so they don't have any giant clinics here in Hamden. And I know sometimes we might speak and individuals on the council itself does not agree with what we're saying, but we're just talking to the line item that we're talking about. I'm not talking about any person or personnel. I'm just talking about to hear. So individuals can disagree with what I say as it relates to the line itself, but it has nothing to do with anyone personally, but it's what I have experienced my own self. It has to do with building up neighborhood around the university and around the hospital. And that is what they're investing in. If we choose to have Quinnipiac do some of the same, maybe they will do that as well. But for now, when we talk about Yale, they have to bring in a clinic or something here for them to be really invested in Hamden itself. Not that Hamden is bad, because I gotta tell you, I look at the housing market today in Hamden, and I must say I was happy. There were only 74 houses on the market, including duplex, for sale in Hamden. As much as we want to talk that Hamden is going down the tube, we only have 74 houses on the market right now for sale. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Mr. Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. If there's a will from the council for a lower number, again, $11 million a day, just on um, just on the endowment and interest, right? So I don't think 20,000 is out of the realms of reality. I have faith in our negotiators and our townspeople to make a good case for us. I also would point out that Hamden very much is the gentrified frontier, right? The southern part of town, the university is moving closer and closer and closer to Hamden, down Dixwell. Concat just bought the business incubator, which is definitely bringing back and forth of Yale community members. We have seen some shootings in that community. So I definitely think we could even make the case of a home buyers program to create, again, a barrier. Obviously, I want to keep community members in Hamden. I want people to have opportunities for economic mobility and to keep people here. But if we can figure out ways to bring community together and show that we're all in, even better, right? So if there's a will, we can lower that item, but I think the bigger point is that there's an item in there and that we have not only the administration, but the council as well, making a concerted effort to see at least one red sun coming, right? So thank you, colleagues, for entertaining this conversation. I think it was an important conversation that we needed to have, and I appreciate people bringing their honest perspectives and wisdom to the conversation. Through you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Farmer. Councilor Gary.
I wanted to know what was the motion. Is there a motion on the floor? And what's the motion on the floor first?
The motion on the floor, is to create a line. Now, we are in the miscellaneous revenues, but the motion on the floor is to create a line in the finance department for a $20,000 revenue from Yale University.
And we're talking about it because we don't want to ask Yale, or just what is this discussion about? Is it that we don't want to ask them, we're scared to ask them, even if it's a no? I'm trying to find out where we're at.
I think the general consensus has been that there is a lot of skepticism that Yale will give us anything, but a lot of belief that we should ask.
I definitely believe that we should ask, because we have no problem voting on stuff that's going to raise the mill rate, that's going to raise the taxes for our community. So I do think that we should at least ask to see what happens. I mean, it might be a yes. I'll do it. We don't know. We don't really know what Yale's going to do. We're just assuming. And yes, we do have a history of them not doing certain things, but I believe if we can ask our taxpayers to okay the stuff we're voting yes to, we should be okay with trying to get.
Ms. Gary, we kind of lost you at the end. Ms. Gary?
Yeah.
Ms. Gary, we kind of lost you there at the end.
Oh, I'm I'm sorry, I'm on the road. No, I'm just saying if we can ask, if we're voting yes to the stuff that we're voting yes to, raising up our mill rate, taxes going up for our residents with no problem, we should have no problem going to Yale asking them for it, whatever. Now, we may not get it, but we may get it. But I think that we should ask.
Thank you, Ms. Gary. I did put myself on the list here after yourself. Yeah, I do think some lines can be aspirational. You know, I don't expect that we will get any additional revenue from Yale, which is why I think it should be low. So I'll make a motion to lower this line to 10,000 to indicate our desire to open up negotiations. And hopefully we can get something. Is there a second?
Sorry, can
Second.
I repeat on that motion?
I'll
To lower
second
the
that.
line from 20,000 to 10,000. Mr. Farmer is saying perhaps it should be lower.
I accept the plan.
I'll accept that as well.
So discussion is on, the motion is to have a line in finance for Yale University revenue now at $10,000.
What was the specific language that the councilwoman asked for?
Yale Community Project.
Councilor Rolois?
Sorry. Yes, I think that's a good way to go. I think what I said earlier about Councilman Baez talking about Yale Community Project, I think that's the best way to go. And I think whether or not, whatever it is that happened throughout, I think this is something that I would like to be a part of and help to approach Yale, as I had said last year, that I would do. I would most certainly like to be one of the person who would approach those. Don't know what the outcome will be, but I would be one of the person who would have an interest in being part of a team that would approach Yale. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we do kind of need to move a little more expeditiously here. It is 7:30, and we haven't gotten off miscellaneous revenues yet. Any further discussion on the motion to create a Yale Community Project line for $10,000 in the Finance Department? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye. Opposed? You have two in opposition, Ms. Renta?
I got them.
Thank you. Further discussion on the miscellaneous revenue line. Mr. Caesar.
I'd like to make a motion to increase the Quinnipiac line to $350,000. My intent.
Second that.
Thank you. If I could discuss it.
All right, so the motion is to increase the Quinnipiac University line 9708 from 200,000 to 350,000. Moved by Mr. Caesar, seconded by the Shoemaker. Mr. Caesar.
Thank you. I just really feel like we have to put the elbow grease said before and make an attempt to get more than $200,000 from the university. They definitely use plenty of services. They definitely have have a vested interest in making sure that we obviously are in good shape as a town in terms of finances. So we should be pushing this. I don't really want to hear an argument that they don't want to give or whatever. We have to discuss. We have to get them to the table and really lay down the expectations here, because it is ridiculous. So I think $350,000 is less than the $500,000 they gave. Looking at the past years, they've given $600,000, $150,000, $500,000, $600,000, whatever the numbers are. I think 350 is definitely a more reasonable number to shoot for. So I hope that by doing this, we can put some, like I said, some feet to the fire, and make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caesar. Councilor Wetmore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with Councilman Caesar, but I have a couple of questions. The first one is, do we get any money for fire and police services?
Yes, Mr. Jackson, could you speak to that?
Yes, we get specific EMT coverage at the campus, and if they utilize police for extra duty services, they pay full rate for that.
But for us patrolling their areas and their properties and so
Well,
forth, do they pay us a blank fee? Because they should be. It's our services and they should be paying for them.
We go when we're called.
But
Except for
I don't agree with that. I think that they're all over the town of Hamden. They go on Quinnipiac property. They have to break up sometimes parties from the student housing. EMTs are called to student houses because the kids have either got hurt or are drunk. And I just don't understand why we don't make a flat rate like Mr. Caesar says. They're using our services and they're getting them for free most of the time, except for when they have a planned event or when they get a call for the EMT services. I mean, you're putting these police and firemen's lives at risk for nothing. I mean, we're basically getting nothing from them. So I just think that we need to do like Mr. Caesar says and up the ante and go after them. I mean, you're not gonna, they're hurting, but so is the town of Hamden and so are the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilmer. Ms. Lewis, your hand was up, but back, okay. Ms. Bonadies.
Thank you, Council President. Director Jackson, do you know how they pay for the fire services? Is that a per student rate? How do they pay for those types of services that they do receive?
They are pre-staged at the campus, and so they are paid their rate, but it's pre-planned as opposed to So I mean, you know what? If my house catches on fire, the fire department comes and they put it out, and I don't get a bill for that. This is slightly different in that they pay for our time because they want them pre-staged on campus.
So do you know what that number is? What is the, what have they paid historically in the past for those?
Let me look in the budget book. It's got its line in the budget.
And in the meantime, they have their own police department that has, they can make arrests themselves. Is that correct?
Yeah, they have a security force. I do not believe that they are certified.
They're sworn. I believe they're sworn, but not armed.
Right. Let's see. EMT coverage is in the budget for $59,000.
Okay. And I mean, I think it's really apparent that with the tipping fees, that what they are, and the amount of students that they dump their contents of their house on May out into the street. I think there should be some way to assess a fee for that, because it's quite expensive for the town to take on those expenses. And I think that's something that we could go to the university with. Tipping fees have increased dramatically in the last few years. I think that's something that we really should talk to the university about, not to just go with our hands out but these are actual expenses that the town is incurring because we have a university in our town. So I would like to see more in this line item, and I know that they are fairly tuition dependent because of COVID, and they really have spent a lot of money on their campus or in building, but these are real expenses, and if we can put them together and put a package together, we may see more money in this line. So I'd like to see the administration do some legwork and get out there and really try to push this line up a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mr. Caesar.
My understanding is that several universities in the area are having record numbers of freshmen coming in the fall. Okay, so the point is, it's a lot of tuition coming in. That's a lot of money being put in. I get the fact that maybe last year there was difficulty, but they're taking kids back now. Kids are back, having their tuition being paid. People are hired back to work at these universities. It really is, a different mindset for the fall of this year versus the fall of last year. And I really just think it's very unfair to the taxpayers in this town to have to foot the bill for a lot of these services. I really think it's very unfair. And I think the administration has to put this as a top priority, that Quinnipiac needs to pay more. We have to have more funding from them. It's just not right. You look at the number of kids they have on campus, off-campus housing. You look at like Ms. Wetmore said, the services they utilize. I really don't think it's too much to ask that we set this number higher and really make the university go after, make the town go after it and make it happen, because it's not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Caesar. Councilor Farmer.
And I thank you, Council President. And I just want to say, the intention with these things is to be better partners and create a better environment, not only for the students to learn, but to really, the beauty of being an eds and meds economy is that we're able to be thought partners and have discussion and dialogue about so many topics of a common day, but also to build and visualize the possibilities that can be. And I think that's one thing where Hamden, we haven't been able to integrate in that way. And part of that is money, right? So if we can get the universities to engage with us in funding opportunities to do things differently and to be forward thinking, I think it would make the students better, it'd make us better, and it's really will make the crown jewel that we have all these universities in our background. And we have people who want to live in our community, right? We have one of the oldest communities in the country, and we have a community that passes on generational wealth. So I think this is a great place where the universities put down roots, and we're just asking them to recommit to buying into that vision. So thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to speak on this. Through you.
Thank you, Councilor Farmer. Put myself on the list. I would like to, it seems like this is going to pass. I do have to say, though, that Quinnipiac University has been a much better partner the past few years with new leadership there. But they have also been pretty clear that I don't believe that there's a limit to the donation. So if we wish to try to push the envelope a little bit or ask the administration to, that's fine. But I also think we have to be very cognizant when speaking of them. They really have changed a lot. They've been incredibly more responsive to community needs. They are planning development. Well, if I had a rock, I could throw it to where they're going to develop from my house. And, so there's good things happening with the university. So I think we need to focus on that too. And also they are changing their off-campus housing policy. I believe starting this year, you'll have to wait until junior year to live off campus. So, and they are building a new, there's a name for it. It's a gym and rec center, but they call it the Student Experience Center or something like that. So they are making a real, I believe, real honest attempts to keep the students on campus and engaged, and to be better partners with the town. So, well, it seems like this is going to pass, and maybe we should just vote on it and get moving and encourage as an encouragement to the administration to ask for more. All they can do is say no. But I do think we have to recognize the strides they have taken. They've been very much more responsive and better partners in general. So I just wanted to put that out there. Councilor Shoemaker.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Both Yale and Quinnipiac have done a lot of valuable research projects and student internships and those kinds of academic volunteer work in town that's been very valuable to us. So I just want to make sure the record reflects that. And yes, Quinnipiac should also make a reasonable recompense contribution for the services they receive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to increase line 9708 Quinnipiac University from 200,000 to 350,000. Seeing none, I'll call for Mr. McDowell.
Sorry, you know, if we wanted to try to push a little bit here, fine, but $150,000, that's a lot. Not saying we can't get that from the university, not saying we shouldn't go for it for the university, but when we're talking about putting lines in the budget to set expectations, $150,000 is that's a big gap to cover if that expectation doesn't come through. So I'm going to hold off on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Council McDowell. Council Caesar.
Thank you. The comparables of previous years, 500,000, 600,000, there's definitely amounts that are way higher than this amount. So I don't think it's that much of a stretch to go to 350 from 200. So I really think that, you know, this number is obviously fair and equitable, you know, in terms of a middle of the ground number. They were at 600,000 a couple years ago, 500,000. I'm looking at numbers right now. You know, they were all over the place. So I really think 350 is definitely reasonable. And like I said, I want to try to do my best here to you know, not shoot down possible revenues. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Caesar. Councilor McDowell.
And normally I'd be fully on board to support that historical analysis. The caveat is the new administration, which has cut back in a lot of ways. And we're basically starting fresh. You know, I don't know that the historical analysis is going to help us in this sense. I hope you are right, Council. I sincerely hope you're right. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ms. Bonadies.
Yes, thank you. Was there a discussion about a per pupil rate with our state legislature? I thought we had brought that up at some point. Did that not get any traction?
I think the appropriate sound for that is wah, wah.
Okay, thank you.
It was a discussion, Ms. Bonadies, but I believe it remained in the discussion phase. Further, Mr. Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. I won't belabor any voting, but although it is an eloquent summary, if the administration can send us backup material and information on that per student costs, I think that would be helpful for us going forward to think about this. So it doesn't necessarily have to be tonight, but it would be appreciated if we can get that so we can understand where we are in those conversations. Through you, Chairman.
The sad trombone sounds not enough for you, Mr. Farmer? We do have that line item still in a per student cost at $0. So I do think let's keep an eye on it and hope for more in the future. Further discussion on raising the line item to 350,000. Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye. Opposed? I'm seeing 3 in opposition.
That's what I see.
Yeah, very good. Motion passed.
One in abstention.
Sorry.
So I didn't really hear the discussion.
All right, and 1 abstention. Further discussion on miscellaneous revenues. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote for miscellaneous to approve miscellaneous revenues as amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, miscellaneous revenues have been approved. Next is our medical line, and Councilor Dolan will be leading us in that discussion. And I believe we have a few people here to give us some input on this line.
We do. So I will lead, Mr. President and Councilwoman Dolan, but we do have at least for 15 minutes. We have our consultant, Jay Fiorello from Brown and Brown, who we use to construct these numbers. And I think Lou Panzo is also on the call.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Great. May I have a motion to accept the medical recommended mayor's budget?
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, floor is all yours.
Thank you. So I've introduced Mr. Fiorillo. The firm we use is Brown and Brown. They're one of the top 5 largest independent insurance brokerages in the nation, with 80 years of service. And so they do demographic analyses, analyses of medical trends, try to project where, big changes like the HSA, which we've instituted, will take us over time. And it certainly appears that there's been a bending of the cost curve with the HSA. So we have 3 lines. There's actually an error in the justifications. The OPEB line and the IBNR line were flipped. OPEB is other post-employment benefits, which for the last 10 or 12 years, based upon a GASB recommendation, we're supposed to start to pre-fund. Everyone in America paid it on a pay-as-you-go basis, but we put aside a little bit of money every year. It really helps us with Wall Street. And the IBNR is incurred but not reported claims. That is to say, if I go to the doctor on June 20th, it's not going to come back to the town for payment until the turn of the next year. And so that would be an incurred but not reported cost. And so we want to try to keep those in the right year. So that's and then the medical self-insurance town and board of ed, which is the big number. The number in the book is $46.7 million, which is about $1 million more than last year's budget, and about $7 million more than the actuals from 1920. We're trending very well in this account, but as we've said earlier today, pent-up demand is it works on both the revenue and the expenditure side. I did not get my annual physical this year, so that expense will never hit the books. But if I wanted a knee replacement and just didn't feel comfortable going in, then that's going to be a deferred cost. So we do have to kind of account for that in the proposed numbers. So that's the overview. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Could you talk to the difference between the department request and the mayor's request? Is there
certainly the department request comes from the finance department, and so every month we're able to refine that a little bit more. And so in speaking with our consultants, we were given a low number of 44 and change and a high number of 48 and change. And so we went right down the middle with a 46.
And so as the department putting in the department request, are you now satisfied with the 46.7?
I am.
Thank you. Councilwoman Shoemaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard our finance director tell us that Mr. Fiorello is only here for a few moments. So I was wondering if, through you, we could ask him to reflect on some of his advisory considerations about the medical self-insurance line, just so we could hear what his thinking on this is for us this year. Please, through you.
Mr. Fiorello.
Hi, how's everyone today? Thanks for having me. And I'd be happy to reflect to some degree. So the total mayor's number of 46,763,000 accounts for a lot of items, including medical, dental, HSA funds, contributions, and so forth. And so I provide a portion of those numbers. The HSA contributions come from your different departments. Your employee contributions come from your different departments.
Right.
But by and large, the 46,763,000 that we're adding up to, assuming all those pieces have been calculated, looks like a very sturdy number. Our overall thought process going into the year is that we could be looking at a budget as high as about 48 million. I think that's what was just shared with you. Right now, we're projecting that we will likely come in closer to 42,700,000. That's for the medical portion. For the dental portion, I think there's another 1.5. So this year has been, the detail behind it is this year has been a substantially low year. Again, a good portion of that due to COVID, and when those claims are really going to return are, there's some uncertainty, but now that we're a large portion has started to get vaccinated and most of us are getting back to work, we do foresee claims to head back up towards those more traditional numbers. So we are preparing for a much larger number. So you're seeing department projection is 42,477,000. A standard increase from year to year on that number would probably be about 5%. So we would expect 45 million-ish. The worst case scenario, the 48, as was indicated, likely not to come to fruition, especially off of most of the information we received, and the fact that, as indicated, we are not likely to see some of those claims return. You know, a physical, as
Right.
Mr. Jackson said, a missed physical is a missed physical.
Right.
Also, a lot of claims did occur, and so you didn't change a cancer due to COVID. People did not stop going for cancer treatment; they had no choice. You didn't change a heart attack due to COVID. So again, the things that were mostly not seeing in this year are the elective types, where we would go to the hospital or to an outpatient facility. So the thought process on what the COVID impact would be has narrowed some at this point.
Okay.
And to consider that we're at about 42,477,000 in sort of the final projection for the end of the year, with 3 months to go. And I just updated claims data the last 6 weeks since that projection occurred, and we're still sort of right on target. To go with a budget of 46,763 should give us the protection that we need to handle the normal increases, plus the return of some of those claims that didn't occur during COVID. That's about it.
Thank you. That's helpful to hear from you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Farmer.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I see we have Mr. Louis Panzo with us. Is there any insights you can share on savings that for this year, as well as expectations for next year? Through you, Chairwoman.
Justin, could you repeat that?
Thank you for joining us. I was saying, if you could share any insights on savings for this year or any trends that we have to look out for next year. Through you, Chairwoman.
I think it's really too soon to look at the total savings for this year, because there's still, you still have the whole month of May and June. So at the end of that period, we'll get the total amount of claims that we have estimated and what actual claims were. Then we could give you a number. You know, you never know what the months are going to bring. One month could be an additional $2 million in claims than you had in the month before, because people are starting to use the facilities. So for us to predict that or to estimate that, it wouldn't be accurate to do it at that point. Hopefully we're going to have that kind of savings where the projections are running under what we projected, and they did. They ran that way throughout the year, but we've really got to wait to the end of the year to see what that is and to see what the incurred but not reported claims are at that point also.
And there's also a couple of negative numbers that show up in the big bucket, stop loss and rebates. So depending on usage, some of those numbers go up and then they come back down.
I know we share this cost, so it's not necessarily ours, but on the BOE side, is there anything that we should be cognizant of or having conversations with our partners over at 60 Putnam through you, Chairwoman?
You know, I think just preventive medicine and things like that are the way to go, you know. And you know, the HSA plan really, I think, helped out a lot, and it's starting to kick in some savings for the town. I mean, we're into maybe the third or fourth year of that, and we've seen substantial savings from the HSA side, and because it's managed better, the employees are managing their health plan a lot better than they did before. So it's a step in the right direction, and hopefully we can really get those numbers down. So.
Thank you, Mr. Panzo. All set, Mr. Farmer?
I'm all set. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Wetmore.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question. Have we dipped into this fund at all this year? Because we're anticipating it to be less than we projected. Has the town used any of the money that's in that line yet?
We have not, and since we won't really know the claims until after the close of the fiscal year, we will not.
Okay, so it hasn't been touched.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
If it were touched, it would have to come to you in the form of a transfer, and we have no intention of doing such.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any further discussion? Ms. Bonadies?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just anecdotal. I work in a busy surgical office, and the pent-up demand is extremely real. We normally would book surgeries from 3 weeks from first evaluation, and we're booking out 3 months. We're double, triple booking appointments. We can't work enough hours in the day to see the patients that are coming in the door. So I think this number is going to show up in a big way. People are going to get back into the swing of seeing their physicians and getting surgical procedures done. I'm seeing it every single day. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion before we move to a vote? Okay, all those in favor of accepting the mayor's recommended budget for the medical combined town BOE, please say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. All set, Ms. Renta?
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Mr. Panzo.
Thank you, Mr. Panzo. Thank you, Mr. Fiorello. Much appreciated.
Take care.
All right, our next item is the Legislative Council office. There are no revenues, so we'll move directly to positions. We have a motion to approve the Legislative Council positions as recommended by the mayor.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Wetmore. Sounds like it was seconded by Mr. Farmer. Discussion. Is there any discussion? Counselor Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. Through you, we're on expenses, right? Not, we're
No,
not,
positions of the Legislative Council.
we're on positions. Okay. Through you, Chairman, I guess my question, you know, is there, you know, I know we've talked in the past, are we still sharing administrative position with the mayor's office through you?
No, last year, that was the plan, to have a position of half in the council, half in the mayor's office. But if we remember, Councilor Gagliardi, who has gone into grace, moved to have it full-time. And actually, thank goodness he did, as with COVID, having an extra person in the office has proved, I believe, to be invaluable.
So we have two people. We're still doing. I thought we had one person and we had someone else helping out part-time.
That it started that way a while ago, as it's clear that the volume of work that the Legislative Council Administrator was working through was intense. So prior to last budget season, there was an arrangement worked out with the administration to have a person come down and work part-time. I forget what the funding mechanism was for that. They were part-time in both, I believe maybe it was using professional technical funds, but we clearly, the Legislative Council Administrator, the volume has grown, and as mentioned in the past, this back when the massive cuts were made back in 2011 or 2009, in there somewhere, this was the only department that was literally cut in half, and then the workload increased. So clearly it was a cut too deep, and to try to remedy that, first we got some part-time help, and then worked into the budget the confidential secretary, which I don't know if that description is still accurate. But that's the description that we have there. The original plan was to have that person work part-time in both offices, but then there was the discussion here by this council, and the position was made full-time in the council office.
Thank you. I think we should, as opportunities come up, that we should be cognizant of this department, as it is us, right? It's the functioning of how we work. It's making sure that we can be good thought partners and that we can be the checks and balances to the administration. So I won't add any positions, but I think it's something that we should think about and be prepared next year to really think about what we'd like to see, and if there are job descriptions that we feel are more appropriate to figure that out. I'm not going to speak to any positions, but we are blessed with the individuals in this department that help us do the town business. And I just want to make sure, as opportunities come up, as people retire, as those things happen, that we are making sure that we are adequately sized to be the checks and balance to the administration through you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Farmer, and I do concur. We are very lucky with our staffing at this moment, and we have to ensure that we can have a smooth transfer. should there ever be a need. And I do think we just need to recognize we are growing. We have grown and grown and grown. And the need in our legislative council office has grown as well. Councilor Wetmore?
Thank you. Yes, I have nothing to amend or to do, but I really want to give our legislative council personnel an A for how hard they work and the excellent job they do. And I just really want to take this opportunity to say thank you to them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wetmore. Not to one up you, but I'd give an A+. So. Further discussion on positions. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Positions are approved. Moving on to Legislative Council expenditures. May I have a motion to approve the Legislative Council expenditures?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Caesar, seconded by Ms. Shoemaker. Mr. Caesar, would you like to speak to any of the items?
No, I just wanted to move it along, so I definitely just wanted to make the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing I would like to point out, there is after discussion with the finance team, there is an increase to accrued benefits to $1 million. The year-to-date expense was quite a bit, 884, and we know it bit us in the butt. We had to make a transfer in, even though it's been increased the past few years. And my understanding is that there's a possibility of many retirements this year as well. So, although, if we look at the actuals, the number could seem a little high. It's also, however, it has been trending upwards these past few years. So if we want to make an adjustment, we could, but, if we look at that last number and think about what's coming, I think our accrued benefits line, excuse me, needs to be higher than it's been in the past. Excuse me. Bias.
I just want to know if we have changed the amount in emergency and contingency fund yet. Did we do that while having other conversations? Does anyone know? No, we haven't. Okay, thanks.
Councilor Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. I'll be brief. Director Jackson, can you speak to the settlement reserve line as it has to do with our Kerma insurance?
So that you are correct. That settlement reserve is utilized for circumstances in which we find it more advantageous to settle a claim than pay for the court costs. Are you looking for a financial run on that, sir?
A financial run, because I feel that I don't see costs associated to that line reflected there, and then just a clarification on what our cap is from Kerma through you, Chairman.
There is no specific cap. When I look at the last few years, it was $82,000 in FY19. Actuals, it was 167,000 actuals in FY 2020.
Okay, and cool. I won't ask any other questions in case it gets into the realms of legality, but thank you for those clarifications through you, Chairman.
Thank you. Counselor Horsley.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the video, the professional and technical line. It says it's for like videotaping, and I just wonder with the changes that we're making via civics clerk, is that what's covered there, or does
Yeah,
that need to change?
we should have caught that before. Yes, we're not going to be utilizing that. I envision in the future, we'll have a hybrid kind of meeting where we'll be meeting on Zoom and in person, hopefully within the next few months. You know, our attendance via Zoom is, you know, exponentially higher than our attendance in person. And having the recordings, people, you know, someone stopped me while I was getting laundry detergent the other day and said how they were watching. So, okay, good for you. People are utilizing this much more so than in the past. We have more public input. We have just more. And while I'm not disparaging the work done by the verbatim minutes and the taping, this just seems a better way to go. So yes, that the number in that line is intended to be utilized for civics clerk, which, by the by, we kind of set aside to just to get budget out of the way, and we'll be revisiting as soon as we're done.
So that amount of $16,000 is accurate for what we need?
It
or-
actually might be a little high. Mr. Donnelly was on the line. Not sure if he's still here. There.
Sorry, what was the question?
We have 16,200 budgeted for professional technical service, but we'll be moving on to civics clerk. I'm trying to remember the contract language for civic clerk for the annual like dues and licensing. Do you remember off the top of your head?
Annual dues and licensing, I think we're somewhere in the area of, I would say not above 15, but probably right below 15 a year, somewhere in that area.
Agreed.
Okay, that's probably close enough. We don't need to talk about $1,000 at this late hour of the budget season. So my questions are done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Horsley. Councilor McDowell.
Thank you. Certainly the Zoom situation has been working well under these circumstances. Certainly can't speak to when we might be able to meet each other again in person, but certainly at some point that will be a goal. At that point, and who knows if it'll be in this coming fiscal year or beyond, but at that point, we will have to figure out other options that maintain the integrity of especially the audio, which is something that we've received a lot of complaints about in the past in our building. Not necessarily, I mean, obviously the audio equipment in the council chambers is of concern, but specifically with regard to recordings, that's a tricky thing. You know, capturing that audio with integrity that is able to be lined up. There are a lot of other municipalities who've been able to move in that direction in ways that have been really successful. I'd love to see us reaching out to either a regional partner like Scrog, perhaps CCM, or even just directly reaching out to one or two municipalities whose style of recordings and postings we really like, and having that conversation over the next year or so that we're prepared when that time comes and we're ready to address it in the way that we see fit. The purpose of me bringing this up now is what I want to avoid is us being in a situation where we are ready to return back into person, but not ready to continue providing recorded versions of that with reasonably good audio and video. Again, I think audio is the more important thing there. I also, my other remark is actually, you know what, I want to talk about the stipends. I'm not going to make a motion this year. We do not have the room for it. But I think it's important that we talk about, when we talk about our priorities moving into the future, that we remember that there are a lot of individuals who would love to participate civically and are unable to do so due to financial constraints. And so for many of us, we may be able to continue working on the council on a volunteer or near volunteer basis. And we are fortunate to be able to do that. There are a lot of individuals out there who would be incredible public servants, but who are unable to serve because of the time that would require to take off of work and participate, and that income being critical to them. So perhaps not something that we can address this year. I'd love to address it this year, but I don't think it's I don't think we have the stomach for it this year. And I also don't like the idea of giving us raises. I almost would rather see someone independent, like perhaps the Charter Commission, address this issue. But I think it's important that we remember that we are pricing potentially great public servants out of serving Hamden. And so I don't know what the solution is there. I do know that the stipends that we offer on the council right now pose that problem. And I would extend that to boards and commissions as well. There are folks with real life experience out there who, at some point, I think it needs to be a priority that we enable those individuals to be able to do so without sacrificing critical income. Appreciate that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Council McDowell. Yeah, to be clear, the stipend was reduced, and in this budget is back up. The thinking being that, as you said, there's a cost for us to do this. For me, it is literally over the course of the years, tens of thousands of dollars that I lost in coaching because I could not possibly do both. And that's also reflected in my pension. So I literally can see the numbers, and it is difficult. If someone would give up a part-time or evening job to do this, it can be difficult for them. And as we've said, we are growing. Councilor Farmer.
I just want to thank the counselor for the fourth, for reminding me. I highlighted it in my budget, but forgot to speak to it. Just the professional technical services. Counselor McDowell spoke on the audio issues, but I think it is pertinent that we give the ability for people to see us, right? So I think we need to figure out what investments we need to make the audio and visual possible. I know we spent money in the past, did not implement those strategies. I know there's been conversations in the past getting Quinnipiac students, Southern students to integrate this into their learning experience, as well as bring a service to the town. But I think we're probably if we're serious about this, we're probably going to spend more than the 16. And I just want to flag that now for our body so that we're not surprised when we have to figure out what that cost is. I don't feel comfortable raising it because I can't quantify what that cost might be. But I think we should just flag that and be cognizant of it through you, Council President.
Thank you. And perhaps that is something also to add to that capital budget. If anyone from finance is listening. Nice.
Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Sheezer.
I'd like to call the question on this expenditures for Legislative Council. Thank you.
All right, there has been a request to call the question for expenditures.
Second.
If you would, just a moment, Ms. Renta has her hand up.
I do. As somebody who pays the bills in the office and things like that, I would just like to say a little something.
Please.
So I just want to point out, I don't think it needs more money, but I just want to point out the advertising line. Charter's being done this year and it's going to be finalized. And when that goes on the ballot in November, if it passes, well, actually, no, before that, it needs to go on the newspaper before that. Either way, it needs to be published in the newspaper. When that was published in the newspaper back in 2011 after the process, I had gotten a price of $30-something thousand. I don't know if Mr. Jackson remembers this. He told me he was going to use me for all of his advertising needs after this. I do remember. Do you remember that? I managed to get that price down to $12,000. But again, this was back in 2011. So when this charter is finished this year and needs to be advertised, I have no idea how much it's going to cost. I'm hoping that I will be able to, with everything going online nowadays, I'm kind of hoping I'm able to maybe just publish something that provides a link for it to be read online and not have to publish it in full like was required in 2011. But there's no promise on that. So this line could very well need more money in that in the future, but we could look to get that from somewhere else. And then I also want to point out that professional tech is also used for fill-in clerks. As you guys know, I'm hardly ever not here, but when I am, $100 every time I'm not comes out of that line to pay somebody to fill in for me. Just so you know that too.
Thank you, Ms. Renta. Ms. Renta, do you believe we should increase the advertising line?
I mean, that's up to you. I don't, because I'm really hopeful we will be able to just advertise something in the newspaper as simple as a paragraph saying that the charter could be read in full, on Hamden.com. And then that will only cost us a couple $1,000s to do that, but no promises. And then, like I said, depending what we would need, I guess we could take from somewhere else. So again, that's up to you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Renta. Councilor McDowell.
I believe there's a motion on the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was a motion to, and I'm sorry to interrupt for that, Mr. Caesar, but Ms. Renta, I believe, she hardly ever raises her hand.
I agree.
Moved by Mr. Caesar, seconded by, there was a variety. Ms. Lewis.
Can there be discussion on a motion to call the question?
There is not. Everyone in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
I see 5 in opposition.
I saw 4. I got Mr. McDowell.
I'd like to call a roll call vote.
Ms. Baez.
No.
Councilwoman Baez. Councilwoman Bonadies.
Yes.
Councilman Caesar.
Yes.
Councilwoman Klaus.
No.
Councilwoman Dolan.
Yes.
Councilman Farmer.
No.
Councilwoman Gary.
No.
Councilwoman Horsley.
Yes.
Councilman McDowell.
No.
President McGarry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Roy Lewis.
Yes.
Councilwoman Shoemaker.
Yes.
Councilman Weber.
No.
Councilwoman Wetmore.
Yes.
8 in favor, 6 opposed, it passes.
All right, the question has been called. We are voting on the expense lines for the Legislative Council. All in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
I'm seeing 2 in opposition.
That's what I got.
All right, the expense is passed And we are on next to, what are we on next to? Our next item, I believe, is State of Connecticut revenues. Yes, State of Connecticut revenues on the town side. That discussion will be led by Councilor Roe Lewis.
Good evening, everyone, again. I want to open up the, somebody hands it up already. I want to open up the State of Connecticut. Wow. I want to open up the State of Connecticut revenue. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Let's see whose hand is up. Give me 2 seconds. No hands up. Mr. Farmer, Councilman Farmer from the 5th. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just wanted to apologize. You said good evening, so I gave you a little howdy do. So that was more.
How do you do? Any discussion? Councilwoman Dolan, please. You're up.
Thank you. Yes, I just had a question on a couple of line items. They're much, much higher than the department request. And they were much higher than last year. Maybe things have changed. Pilot state property went from 662 to 1,562,000. And the pilot for colleges and hospitals also increased from 2.3 million to 4.3 million. Could Mr. Jackson just tell us a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So the numbers that you see in the mayor's column reflect the last best numbers from the Appropriations Commission, which is different from when we put the book together. So the big difference is there has been, since I was at OPM, there has been a municipal revenue savings account, MRSA, but they never put a funding mechanism behind it. Starting on July 1st of 2021, there will be a sales tax diversion into that account, and it will go in a tiered fashion to communities. And we are in the top tier, which bumped up our non-education aid, specifically in colleges and hospitals and in state property pilot.
So the mayor's budget is the latest and greatest numbers, and it's our best guess is what we're going to actually get.
That's correct. Now, that being said, you know, I don't know if I'm a glass half full or glass half empty guy, but there's always, and we all do this, 169 towns do this. We pass our budgets before the state passes their budget.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Dolan, are you set with the answer? Because you had two different lines. Are you okay?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that those were the latest and greatest numbers, and that's our best guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman from the 5th, Mr. Farmer. You're up.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you for being recognized. I guess I have two questions to the administration. One, there was a presentation on savings and money brought in that we were supposed to get for the position that is our liaison to the state. So I don't think it's, you know, we're basically done with the budget. So if we could schedule that at some other time, I think that'd be helpful to us. And then two, was there anything that we need to think about in terms of revenue that we need to collect due to that work and advocacy up at the state through you, Chair? Just for context.
Yeah, I mean, when it, so
in the past, we had
Mr. Farmer, could you hold on a minute? Let the finance director answer that question that you posed to him, please.
So I do think that there are additional revenues that we are going to have to grapple with. Like this budget before you, the state has not pre-planned how it would distribute COVID relief dollars. We did get yesterday something that is semi-final guidance on usage of those funds. But we are definitely going to have some conversations between us and outside of our group with community organizations, with business organizations, to determine how we are going to utilize these funds in the best possible way. But the semi-final guidance that was issued is not, it's not crystal clear. I did see National League of Cities send something out today, trying to crystallize it, but I really haven't had a chance to digest it. But when you ask about what should we be thinking about, I think that we should be thinking about the prospect of having millions of dollars of COVID relief funds that can be used in a variety of ways. And how should we start to put that conversation together? But we need to have those we need to have firm guardrails from the feds, and the guardrails that they sent out yesterday, at least in my humble opinion, are sort of semi-permeous.
Thank you for that. It's definitely a conversation that this body as the fiscal authority at some point, when there's more concrete guidelines, that we should figure out what our priorities are with the administration. So thank you for making that distinction. I know in the past, motor vehicles was an issue for us. A couple of us went up to the Capitol and got that revised. So I was wondering, was there anything else? Either I think we're fine with the motor vehicle cap now, but was there anything else that we need to think about moving forward?
I do not believe so. As Councilor Dolan identified, there are some fairly large increases in our two primary state pilot programs. So it's overdue. And if, when you get to the next section on education revenues, if there were some solution to essentially 25 years of underfunding the town on ECS, that would be something, or at least just put us on the same level as West Haven. We could do such tremendous things. But in terms of the non-education funding, I think it's pretty straightforward. We will absolutely get more money, and we will use that to the benefit of our taxpayers.
Thank you, Director.
Councilman Farmer, are you set?
Yes, Chairwoman, I am done with my question.
Very good. Any more discussion? I see no hands up. Any more discussion on the state of Connecticut revenue? Any more discussion? Hearing none, I call for the vote. All those in favor of the mayor's proposed state of Connecticut revenue, may I see a show of hands?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ms. Renter, I know you're on it. Thank you. I think that's it for the state of Connecticut revenue. Good evening.
All right. Thank you. That's all for State of Connecticut Town. State of Connecticut Education revenue is next, led by Mr. Caesar.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We're going to accept a motion to approve the mayor's budget revenues for the education state of Connecticut, found on page 189.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. McGarry. I think it was seconded by Ms. Rowe Lewis, I think, if I saw it right. Or was it? I missed.
I seconded.
Okay, thank you. I saw a couple people go up. That's why. So I'm like trying to figure out who responded. Seconded by Councilperson Bias. Thank you very much. Discussion on the items. Chair recognizes the council president.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caesar. I don't know if Mr. Ariola could just speak to us. Same sort of thing as last time, but we don't like, how comfortable are you with the numbers? And we're not seeing, does this reflect an increase in ECS that we've heard will be coming to us?
No, I believe these numbers put forward by the mayor right from the state, and they're accurate. The magnet school, the ECS. Right now, we're hoping that there is an increase in the ECS that comes through Alliance, but these bills haven't been passed, and we're all sitting back. That we had heard originally that there would be a $1.8 million increase to the Alliance, but I don't even know if that made it out of committee. So to be safe right now, I would think you're in a good position with these numbers.
Thank you. That's all.
Any discussion further on this? I don't see any hands. Am I missing anybody? Councilperson Farmer, I'm not sure if you have your hand up. Do you have your hand up?
I do, Chairperson. Sorry about that.
Very good. Councilperson Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Ariola, for being here with us tonight. Just on the side of free and reduced lunch, I know that we have more, hate to use the word, but indigent community members first in need in our schools. And I understand that if we hit a certain percentage, we can get more funding from the state for free and reduced lunch. So are we near that number yet?
That's a great question. No, we are. We monitor this every month because we need to pick a date. There's a date that you have to pick, which will allow us to increase our activity in the CEP program. Right now, going into the new year, right now the government is paying for all students, but once that ends, we're already qualified to five schools. Right now, the middle school and the high school are on the edge. We can get them to qualify. We're looking to get to the middle school is close right now. So we're looking at the count, try to get the number as high as we can and pick that point and maximize our input in the CEP program and feed as many kids as we can for free.
Thank you. I was going to say, it is a great blessing that we have the opportunity to catch two fish with one net, to bring more money to the town and to also sustain those who need it. So thank you all for your advocacy and being forward thinking on making sure we can take care of all of our needs.
And Mr. Jackson's right. The superintendent had a meeting yesterday regarding the ESSER 3 funds that are coming. But again, there's a lot of community involvement. There's a lot of actions that have to be taken before that application will be submitted, and there's still a quick turnaround. So the superintendent has been in meetings around setting that up. We've already applied for our ESSERs 2. With the ESSERs 3, that money is not accounted for yet because we don't have the specifics. And I said I would get back to you guys with that, but we still don't have that.
When you do, if you could just send to us how much savings that would bring to the town, I think that'd be pertinent for us to understand.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Farmer. Any further discussion from any council people on the education state of Connecticut revenues? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Revenues passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That brings us to our table items, of which we have a few to go through. Our finance is scheduled up first. Sorry, I'm just looking for my list. However, I'm trying to recall, and now Ms. Renta, perhaps you can help me, or someone else can refresh my memory. We had the tabled item was the ice rink, but we also there was a presentation of finance grants and projects division. Did we not, did we not get to that portion yet, or?
Not.
Yeah, so we have two items for finance. One being the tabled item, the ice rink, and the other being the proposal by the administration. By the way, I don't know, is there anything left for Mr. Ariola tonight? I'm looking through I do not think so. So Mr. Ariola, thank you very much for your time. Well, good night. And Councilwoman Dolan, you were leading us in finance, so I'll turn it back over to you. So there's two items, one being the ice rink that was tabled, and the second being the proposal. Perhaps Mr. Jackson or Mr. Donnelly could walk us through that. But the floor, it's your conversation to God, Councilor Dolan.
Thanks. Right, let's talk about the ice rink. Can I have a motion to untable the ice rink?
So moved.
Second.
So this line item is to cover the contractual maintenance fees for the Louis Astorino ice rink, and it is for $257,000. Is there any discussion on the line item?
Can I just do a point of process real quick on this? Doesn't it have to go to a vote to take it off the table again?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can I look at the page number if somebody doesn't mind?
Sure, page
55.
Not to, but I wanted to make sure we do it right.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that page number.
56.
Thank you.
And do we need to have a vote?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor, I'm sorry, Mr. McDowell?
Sorry.
Okay, all those in favor of untabling the ice rink management fee for $257,000, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
Is there a pain about that?
No, thank you. Is there any discussion about the ice rink management fee? Councilwoman Wetmore.
Thank you very much, Chair Dolan. I would like to ask just a couple of questions. I don't believe I was here when they were discussing this. Do they return any money to us? Is there any revenue from the ice rink? I know they lease it to the high school and they do all that stuff. Do we get any money from the rink, or does it all go to the management on top of this amount right here?
Mr. Jackson, you're muted. You're talking to us.
Apologies. Yeah, we get a revenue share on their profits.
Okay. Is it in our revenues?
There are. This year has been a wonky year, but there are revenue.
Okay, but it's in our revenues in the budget book?
It is in, it goes into the miscellaneous revenues in finance. So we have the big miscellaneous revenues, and then we have a smaller line in finance.
Okay, so could you just, I know you can't do it tonight, but could you just let me know how much we are reimbursed for? I know this year has been a slow year, that the rink hasn't been busy, but I would just like to know that.
Yes, we were actually, yeah, we intended to have a meeting last week, but for whatever reason, we weren't able to put that one together to do that reconciliation. But we do have their accountant statements, and so we should be able to provide that relatively easily. But we want to also make sure that we're giving you good information, so we want to run it through the mill before we give it to you.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. Do we pay for all the utilities and the maintenance as far as the Zamboni and all that sort of stuff, the light bill? Do we pay for all that as well, besides the management fee?
We pay for the utilities, certain capital expenditures as covered in contract. They're allowed to hold back some of the revenue reimbursement to cover those costs.
But I thought we paid for them.
Yeah,
The town
ultimately,
paid for them.
ultimately we do, either through cash out or a reduction in the revenue that they supply.
Okay, and I think I had one more question, but I slipped my mind. How long is this contract for?
By not notifying your supervisor.
Oh boy, I don't have the contract on my desk. Is it all right if I email you that information a little bit later tonight,
Oh,
Councilwoman?
that's fine. I just wonder because it's such a big management fee and then we pay for everything else on top of it. I just wondered how long it was before we could change it. Thank you.
Point of information, it's very long. Sadly. I don't know. It's like 10 more years or something.
Yeah,
It's a very long contract.
It is a long contract, absolutely.
All set, Ms. Wetmore?
Yes, but that wasn't good news, Mrs. Horsley. Thank you.
So just to be clear with everyone, Mr. Jackson is coming to the next, I don't know if it's the next finance meeting or the next legislative council with a full report on the skating rink and actually a full audit, if I remember correctly. I believe Ms. Renta already has that on our agenda. Is that correct, Ms. Renta?
I put it on the agenda just so that I wouldn't forget for the 17th for the full council, but I'm not sure if it's supposed to wait until the next finance committee. Again,
No, it got pushed off last time. So
Yeah.
yes. So tonight, I think that we definitely need to address this line item and vote on it, but so that everybody has a full understanding, Mr. Jackson is going to give us a full written report on that May 17th. So if you have any questions, definitely email him ahead of time so that he can address them and then we can have a full discussion about it on that night. We can also get the contract. I think I have it. I think he sent it to us before. But let's see, Councilman McDowell.
I'm sorry, I think my colleague might have had his hand up before me. I don't want to.
Okay, Counselor.
Okay. Are there meaningful efforts being made to work on this or make progress towards this being a revenue generating asset? I mean, it's a hockey rink. There's for-profit hockey rinks all across the country. I could say the same of the golf course. The fact that we're contributing $250,000 to a private organization which is profiting off of this ice rink, it's crazy. I mean, the fact that I'm sitting on a budget meeting, having this conversation, saying this, trying to articulate this is it's just ridiculous to me that we have to have this conversation. That it's got to this point, considering the ice rink has been privatized for what, 12 years. So I don't know. I feel like I'm being a little jerk, but like a little bit like a jerk here, but like at the same time, like some of these conversations just really shouldn't need to be had. So what efforts is the administration making to move this towards revenue generating asset?
The administration is frankly hamstrung by the contract that was signed.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to cut to the chase. The administration negotiated the contract. I'm so overhearing from the administration that the administration is hamstrung by contracts that the administration negotiated. I know,
I
it's
mean,
just me. I know I can't be the only one hearing that.
right, and I get it, but I sit here and I look at a contract and I say, this is what I can do within the four corners of the contract. And if I can't do it within the four corners of the contract, and you know, I didn't negotiate that contract.
Have there been
and
violations?
I didn't pass it.
Have there been violations of the contract by either party?
I think there have been violations of the contract by both parties.
Which party violated the contract first?
I don't know.
That's an incredibly important thing. We should know that, because if they violated it first, that made the contract null and void, and it means we can go back to the table.
Well, no, there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity to cure any contract.
Point of order. I'm really uncomfortable talking about this because it could be potential legal ramifications down the road, and I don't feel right talking about these types of
That's
situations.
fair. No, that's fair. I appreciate that, Councilman. I appreciate that. We'll have this conversation. Yeah, I think Councilman Caesar's right. I think everything else I have to say should probably be saved for an executive session. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Mr. Farmer.
Councilman, thank you, Chairwoman. If we can get an executive session that day so that we can talk about more of these items in a prudent manner so that we can get to the root of this. This is a big expense, basically $1 million a year once you add in lights and the contract that we're ending up paying. That's a huge liability to the town. That's about 1/3 of a mill rate. So I would love for us to have that conversation sooner than later. Obviously, we're going to vote on this tonight and move forward. But I want to cut this, right? I want to get out of this contract if there's no effort to seriously think about renegotiating. I want to be done with the business of the ice rink. So if we can make sure that we can have attorneys for executive session for that night so that we can cut to the chase, I'd appreciate it.
So noted. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Burrito Lewis.
Thank you. Someone asked about when the contract ends. It's 2026. And if we decide to extend, we can go further, but I don't think any of us here would want to extend this because I think, I don't think it serves the town well. Our expense level is quite high with this, this company. But I'm happy to hear from Councilwoman Dolan. I just remembered, yes, that we're going to discuss this extensively. So I wish this was tied to revenue. What we pay them should be tied to revenue as to what they give back to the town. And so I'm gonna for sure have to vote on this some way or another. We owe them because we're in contract with them, so we have to most certainly pay, but we have bigger discussion to do where this is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. If I'm not mistaken, the option to renew is theirs, not ours, unfortunately. So, but yes.
You're correct.
Big meeting on May 17th, and hopefully we can do an executive session after we hear the full report. President McGarry.
Thank you. I just wanted to let the council know I've communicated with Attorney Gruen about the possibility of executive session. There does need to be, a compelling reason for an executive session. So between now and then there has to be a communication about a thing. So between now and then we'll make a thing and get a communication.
Okay. Thank you very much
if possible. I always should put a caveat, if possible.
Thank you for the quick response. Yes, perhaps we could get the report a little bit before May 17th, and then we would have a thing to discuss. I don't know if that's a possibility because I know today is May 12th. But Mr. Jackson, one other question about this line item. I see that we have not yet paid it for this year. Do you anticipate coming to council with a $257,000 request to pay this? Because I don't believe.
No, we pay it quarterly. Let me take a look.
So my guess is if you've been paying it, you must be paying it out of that special fund and you'll be coming to us for a transfer.
I do, Councilwoman, I do not believe that we are in arrears. I believe that we got an April billing on that, which we processed. But I do not know immediately what account that was paid from. I will include all of that information in the report for the 17th.
Great. Is there any more discussion on this line item? Seeing as Councilman McDowell.
I'm sorry, I have, what, is this the absolute minimum contractual obligation?
The number is spelled out in the contract, Councilman.
So this is the absolute lowest we can go without violating the contract.
That is accurate.
I would appreciate if before cutting any checks, the administration would take a good look into the contract and see if it is still should still be active and honored before spending any of this money. But I also don't want to put us in this position where we violate the contract by lowering this. So we got to be better at negotiating contracts. Thank you.
Sounds like we're in a bit of a pickle. Any other discussion before we vote on this line item? Okay, seeing as to none, all those in favor of accepting the mayor's recommended budget for ice rink. Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Councilman Farmer, so noted. Any abstentions?
I'm going to abstain.
And Councilwoman Wetmore is also abstaining. I'm sorry, you were muted. I think you're abstaining.
I'm abstaining because I need more information. Thank you.
2 opposed, 2 abstentions.
Okay. And we had one other tabled item from finance, but I don't know what it is. Anyone want to help me out?
Is it the recommendation that was sent to us by the mayor's office recently?
It is the creation of the grants position that was discussed on Saturday, or the grants division that was discussed on Saturday.
Okay. May I have a motion to untable?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Let's have a vote. All those in favor of untabling this, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Councilman Caesar, let's jump in with you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jackson, can you just walk me through one more time what this is about and exactly what you're looking to do?
Certainly. So seems like a million years ago, but on our first night, we discussed a grants position in the finance office, and I referenced that another position existed as a consultant in the community, youth, and arts. And the council made some very good suggestions as to why that may not be the optimal setup. And so we kind of went back to the drawing board and created a division, a grants division in finance, where 2 people work together, one full-time manager and one part-time employee grant writer. And they would essentially work together to create a grant acquisition plan and manage not only sort of exterior grants, but they would be in charge of FEMA. They would be in charge of managing the COVID dollars that flow through and all of the reporting that's going to have to go with that. And they would exist within the finance department. So it would be, so the dollars don't change. It would be 90,000 for the manager and 40,000 on a part-time basis, not to exceed 19 and a half hours, but based upon an hourly rate for the assistant. And actually, Mr. Donnelly from the mayor's office can probably walk you through some of the details, certainly in a more rigorous manner than I.
I think you've given me a very good overview of what this is about. I really think so. Has there been any discussion with maybe the Board of Education in terms of working together with them with their grants as well and doing some sort of consolidation between board and town side with this? Is it something they could work on together, or has it got to be separate?
I don't think it has to be separate. Mr. Donnelly, do you want to comment on that?
I would agree with you, Director Jackson. I think that there will certainly be plenty of avenues for collaboration and assistance with the BOE in these roles and in this division. Certainly that would need to be detailed and worked out with probably Tom and Superintendent Goller to determine how this position could most effectively support their operations.
I just want to go on record saying I absolutely support this. I think it's absolutely necessary that we do this. Having had experience in the Board of Education years ago with hiring grant writers and stuff, many times they sort of pay for themselves. If you look at the amount of money we get for grants, it's an outlaying of money right now. It is the amount here, but I mean, COVID money coming in, FEMA money coming in, different types of grants you apply for. I mean, this is one of the areas where you spend money to make money, I think, down the road. So I'm absolutely supportive of this. I'm proud the administration's taken this on as an initiative. I will be supporting it wholeheartedly tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caesar. Councilwoman Shoemaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'd like to just clarify, is the plan still that the special projects coordinator would be funded half by the Board of Education and through a revenue reimbursement back to the town? Is that still the plan?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Shoemaker. My understanding is that this specific position in the finance department will be exclusively funded on the town side. The capital projects that were associated with that special projects position, the school building projects, I believe, are being maintained in the position that was recently established in community development. So those specific projects are not attached to this role at this time.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Councilwoman Shoemaker, could I bother you to, it looks like you're looking at the proposal right there. Could you please give us the dollar amount so we all know what we're talking about of the position?
Actually, I'm looking at the finance page in the budget book. I don't think I have the actual proposal in front of me, but I'm looking at a salary of $90,000.
Thank you. All right, it looks like Councilwoman Baez has.
Yeah.
I have the attachment that they sent, and it is a division. So there's a director of grants and capital projects, which would be full-time at $90,000, and then a grants management specialist, which is part-time at $40,000. So it's a complete of $130,000 division that we'd be voting on.
Right.
Thank you very much. Are you all set, Councilwoman Baez? Did you have a question as well?
Oh, I did have a question. Oh, sorry, I was answering that question. I was wondering, would this person, would this division create a 501c3 for the town of Hamden for us to collect for private grants?
Councilor Baez, that is a wonderful question, and certainly the administration was taking notes during that conversation that occurred when the position came up on Saturday. That is a stated goal of this department, and we will ensure that that is a directive assigned to the division director if established by the council.
So yeah, the grant acquisition plan after Saturday, I think item number one on that is to start to put together the process of creating a 501c3 that would be able to secure additional funds from those entities that look at a municipality and say, well, you're tax exempt, but you're not really a nonprofit.
Okay, that should be helpful for this Yale Community Project line.
Ouroboros, the serpent eats its tail.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You all set? Okay, Councilman Farmer.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for recognizing me. Through you, Chairwoman, can the administration speak to the scope of these positions, and particularly to the capital budget? What would be the responsibilities, and how would this position handle such said responsibilities? Through you, Chairwoman.
Certainly, and thank you, Councilor Farmer. So the crux of the division's responsibilities is to create a plan for the town of Hamden and to properly manage our capital budget and our plan in relation to our grants acquisition plan. Those two beasts are of the same family and they should be under the same house. This division is going to be tasked with, first of all, cleaning up our capital budgets. We have a number of capital budgets that extend past numerous years, projects that are in various states of completion or disarray or success. Certainly there's a wide variety. The position is going to be tasked with identifying needs, speaking with our department heads to determine where we are, working with the council to set goals and agendas, feasible goals and agendas, and ultimately working to essentially right the ship and put us in a position where the true benefits of this division can actually be realized by the proper management of our capital accounts.
So this would be under the finance department. Would it work in conjunction with any other particular department? Through you, Chairwoman.
Yes, Councilor Farmer. This role is essentially the position that will work with department heads to establish the deliverables of capital projects. Timelines, objectives, all of the financial processing that goes along with procuring vendors, making sure vendors are paid adequately, closing out our contracts, and more importantly, closing out grant projects that we've received awards from. As the point has been often made down at the Legislative Council, money that sits in our capital account is money that we pay to let sit in our capital accounts. This is a plan that is designed to get moving on that money that we have in those accounts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. I'm glad that the administration is taking this seriously. I'm waiting on a job description that we had before. We had a position similar to this. So looking at the job description, I want to make sure that it fully encompasses everything that we need. So I hope that is something that the administration will work with us, even if we pass the money tonight, so that we make sure that someone has full stewardship over the capital budget in a way that we need it, so that there's no loopholes, there's no shortfalls, so that by next year, per the charter, we get a capital budget when we get our budget for the town. Through you, Chairwoman, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Farmer.
If I may respond, Chairwoman, very quickly.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Councilor Farmer and other interested councilors. I appreciate that you recognize those descriptions, Councilor Farmer. I would just like to inform the council that those descriptions are perhaps the most responsible and stringent descriptions related to projects management and grants that have ever come out of Hamden in a draft form. They were based on descriptions that are currently utilized by other municipalities and Connecticut, Hamden's own past practices. and, best practices for projects and grants administration on the state and local level. So certainly if any requirements are changed or necessary to be changed, they will go in front of the Civil Service Commission and be approved as necessary.
Thank you. I just want to thank the administration for taking this seriously. I have been looking into revamping a position and talking to Director Kelly because in the past we had a position that was similar to this, but in certain ways it fell through in what it needed to do. So I want to make sure that we have someone, once we hire them, that we don't get into any labor disputes and that they're doing the job that we expect them to do. So thank y'all for being diligent and thank y'all for taking this to task through you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Horsley.
I just want to speak to my enthusiasm for this reworking of the grants and capital programs. I really think this is a great idea. I also wanted to mention that one reason that Yale and New Haven work so well around jobs is that New Haven set up a 501c3 that was a job promotion creating nonprofit, and that's how they get money from the state to run that program and help encourage New Haven residents to get employed with the university. And I really think that could be helpful in us trying to work with Quinnipiac to bring in money to help Hamden residents get jobs in our community. So that's something that I hope this new structure will also be moving forward on. So I will be supporting this, and I appreciate the effort that went into putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Horsley. President McGarry.
You mute it.
Thank you. I'm just going to echo a lot of what previously said. I think we're making steps in the very right direction. As the councilor at large said, there's money out there. This is where you spend money to make money. And this is how, it's being responsive. And, I think, Councilor Horsley's, example shows that there is an example out there. This can be successful. And so I'm really hopeful that it will be and supporting of this process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Rowe Lewis.
I concur all around.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of adding this grant division, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
One abstention.
Thank you, Councilman Farmer. Right, Councilwoman Baez.
Now that we've added this $60,000 to a division that should be working out our capital monies, which is a very important role, I was hoping that we could revisit miscellaneous revenues on page 119, where it says town grant capital project reimbursements, and it's at 0. But in the past, it's had a range of like millions of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can we put 60K in here so we encourage that person to go find this capital reimbursement when they go and dig in there?
Okay, let's all give everybody a minute to get to page 119 here. President McGarry, did you want to add something?
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, could you speak to that line, how revenue is discovered in that line?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the shorthand, the shorthand for that line is capital sweeps, which is something that we are trying to get out of the business of doing. If a project is closed, we should close it out, and we should send those dollars back to debt service to pay it off at its point of origination.
Thank you, Director Jackson. And I understand the spirit of Councilwoman Baez's request. Is there perhaps a line item you might request or you might recommend where there would be potentials for revenue that would offset some of the expense that we added? Is there another place?
Yeah, I think the further we stay away from doing that, the better we look on Wall Street. The better it's not a great practice, but once you get into the habit of doing it, it's a hard habit to break. But this budget breaks that habit.
Okay, Councilwoman Baez, you're on mute.
I said, okay.
Any other questions?
No, then I will retract.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of a funny way to admit something.
All right, so I think that wraps up finances. Do we need to, Councilman Farmer?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Director, through you, Chairwoman. Director Jackson, is there necessarily a need to keep that line then if we're intending to break the habit and curse of capital sweeps? Through you, Chairwoman.
I would be perfectly happy to see that line eliminated.
I would like to make a motion to remove that line.
Second.
All right. Okay, Councilman Farmer, would you like to speak to the line, to the motion?
Yes, Chairwoman. I hope I didn't cut ahead too fast.
Yeah, I don't want to violate procedure, but I actually don't think, well, go ahead, you speak to it.
Okay, I was just going to say that, in the past, this line has caused much contention. We want to get away from the business of doing capital sweeps, and hopefully with the positions that we just made, capital sweeps won't really be a thing, right? Because we'll have people on top of them. We'll have someone monitoring to make sure that we are going after projects, and we're going for grants and projects that we're intending to do, and that we're not going to be coming back with millions of dollars of savings from not completing projects or borrowing money for those projects. So I hope my counselors will support me in this motion through you, Chairwoman.
Okay, and I believe Councilwoman Baez was your second. Did you want to speak to it being the second?
No, Jackson said, go ahead, let's go.
Yeah,
Okay, President McGarry.
I was going to say, I concur. Let's vote.
Okay. All those in favor of removing this line item from the budget, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? Any abstentions?
Ms. Dolan, was that you being opposed?
Yes. All right, all set, Ms. Renta?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. Because these items were tabled, and I believe we've already voted on the revenues and the expenses as amended, I think we are done with this department.
We are done.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Dolan. Up next is the assessors line 10601-0590, professional technical. And Ms. Shoemaker is leading us with the assessor's office.
Thank you.
It is on page 12 of the budget book.
Yeah. So I would like to entertain a motion to take this line 10601-0590 off of the table. Could I have a motion?
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councilman McGarry, seconded by Councilman Farmer. So is there discussion on the professional tech service line in the assessor's budget? Let's see, I have to look over here, don't I? Councilman Farmer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just want to make sure that for this line, that we have the proper amount of money here, and that will also reflect any people fighting the process of their assessments, that we have all the tools that we need to have a proper assessment of the town, and that we are doing it in an equitable way through you, Chairwoman.
Mr. Jackson, can you respond to that?
I certainly can. So there is a big increase in this line, but it's directly related to a specific project. We have contracted with a third party who does an evaluation of personal property taxes across town, and they do it on a contingency basis. Now, what has been happening, which we try to avoid, is they were taking their contingency out of the revenue. And so in order to clean that up so we can actually demonstrate to the council and to the good people of Hamden how much this program costs and what it brings back, we have to separate those two by giving it an expenditure line. So that is the additional 100,000 in this, and there's a direct there's a correlation to a couple of the tax lines that you'll find in the tax office. So they've been cleaned up, and we'll be able to provide a little bit better reporting as to the cost of that program, and make good decisions as to whether or not we should continue it, we should change vendors, we should do any number of things. But to answer Councilor Farmer's question, yes, there is certainly adequate numbers to provide support for anyone challenging their assessment. We just went through a Board of Assessment Appeals process in February and March, which was a high number because of the revaluation, and we were able to process all of those applications and get them out.
So Mr. Jackson, if I may just clarify what you just said. So the idea is that this third-party vendor is going to conduct evaluations of personal property and sort of calculate the appropriate assessments, tax assessments on that property. And then that information goes to the tax office, and they collect the taxes, and then the vendor will be given a payment based on the commission or whatever that's in their contract. Is that how that process is supposed to work?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Farmer, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Is this, no problem, Chairwoman. Is this also reflected of the costs for equipment, Director Jackson, whether that be software or otherwise?
No, these are professional services.
Yeah.
So it's services provided by our database provider, provided by this third-party management company, but they're services, not goods.
Okay, so this fully represents what the cost was or should be for the services through the contract.
That is correct.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay. Let's see. I don't see any other hands up. Is there any more discussion on this item? Still don't see any hands up, so it looks like we might be ready to vote. So I'll ask for the vote. All those in favor of the $117,000 in the professional tech services line in the assessor's office signify by aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? I don't see any. Are there any abstentions? I don't hear any. Ms. Renter, we good on that vote?
Looked unanimous to me.
Yep. Okay. I think we're done with that item. Mr. President, back to you.
Thank you. We're going to move slightly different from our tabled items list to debt service, back to page 30 of our book. As we do have Mr. Bernabe here.
Sorry, could I get that one more time, my audio?
Debt service, page 30. So may I have a motion to take debt service, put it back on the table?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Farmer. Is there a second?
A second.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Second. Kristen.
Second by Ms. Dolan. So in the interim time, I am personally convinced that we need to leave the deficit mitigation line, the negative expense in the budget. The MFAC was told to expect it, that was the plan. They've seen it. So now it exists. It is on their radar, as it were. This does leave people with concerns regarding the amount of money that is going into our debt service and some possible shortfalls. I would like to let's start the discussion, but I would like to make a motion to add to our debt service line. And I'm going to ask for a recommendation from Mr. Jackson to add $1 million to our debt service payment. This doesn't close the line entirely, but it does get it closer and gives us a margin that perhaps will give people some more comfort about this line. So Mr. Jackson, if someone were to add to our debt service payments, we have several lines, 06, 0810, 0811, or the POBs, which would be an appropriate line, or is it just dealer's choice here?
I'd like to get Mr. Galarza's opinion on that. Is he in the room?
So if you're speaking, you're on mute, sir.
Hi, Council President. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So you want to add another $1 million to debt service to offset the negative 2.3? So
that's correct.
The net result is that you will gain, if revenues meet expense, with net that additional $1 million
Mr. Galarza, you kind of faded away there.
I'm sorry.
What you said.
Okay.
Not so well, actually, sir.
I'll set that negative 2.3. Just add another $1 million. You just end up, saving an additional $1 million if revenues or expenses meet revenue, or revenues come in and balance expenses. That savings will fall to your fund balance, and you would increase your fund balance by an additional $1 million in the ensuing fiscal year. Is that clear?
But Rick, what if you were going to add that $1 million? What line would you add it to?
Yeah, we can add a separate line. We can make it. We can call it. If we have the deficit mitigation, we can just call it fund balance restoration,
we can add that line, and council can add as much as they want in there. Because that's what you're doing. You're adding to build your fund balance at this point.
Yeah, so it sounds like the recommendation is to add a 10001 object TBD, call it fund balance restoration, and fill that as high as the council is comfortable.
And that is acceptable to have a line that's there solely for fund balance restoration?
Sure, absolutely. It's earmarked. We won't plan on, for the town's charter, we won't plan on transferring any surplus out of that, out of that department. And when we make the debt service payment, the balance in the account will drop to the fund balance. I mean, I think that's the only department in the charter that you can't really do a transfer out of. So it'll be in there to be secure, and it should fall to the bottom line. Assuming all revenues and expenditures are equal at the end of the ensuing fiscal year. That's the process. And to Councilman Farmer's point earlier, you won't see that savings in this budget. At the end of fiscal year 21-22, when we close out the books and we produce the audit, that's where you'll see the savings in your undesignated fund balance. And, that's really where any surpluses are stated in our audit. And we can provide Councilman Farmer a copy of that so we can see how it transpired last fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go ahead and make the motion to add $1 million, to add a line fund balance restoration at $1 million. Let's open up some discussion on this. And again, for the reasons I stated, I know there are folks, I'm convinced that we need to leave the $2,300,000, but we can discuss that. The MFAC has seen the line. They believe it is part of our plan. I believe taking that out would cause issues with us, with the MFAC. But to mitigate some of the concerns people have, this is one option. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Klaus. Discussion, Ms. Dolan.
Thank you. Mr. Bernabe, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Could you tell us what the recommended debt service is for the town of Hamden for fiscal year 21-22?
Yes.
Thanks.
The actual debt service, which we artificially lowered, is $17.5 million. However, part of the plan that we discussed with the rating agencies last year was to increase the debt service budget from currently $22 million up to $24 million. And the reason for that was, as we discussed a number of times, was to get up to 30 million over the next couple of years.
Thank you. And that was the same figure that you shared with us back just about a year ago when we did our debt restructure. We looked at doing roughly $8 million this year or in net savings. Sorry, forget the 8 million because that's going to confuse everybody. But we looked at a certain amount for this current year, and for this year we sort of committed to this $24 million in way of approving that debt structure. This was the number that we committed to.
That is true. Last year, that is what we shared with the rating agencies. That was part of the plan. It was in the offering statement that was sent out as part of the town's plan to eventually get up to $30 million. That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Bernabe. So I personally believe that it's really important for us to keep our fully loaded debt service payment in this budget. I really think it's paramount. And in addition to having already agreed to a debt restructure, the administration is going to come to us again for another debt restructure this year. I believe Mr. Jackson can confirm that, but I believe that they are. And so if people are going to consider that, we should probably make good on our first commitment. And I think that the way to do that is to fully fund this budget. And so, Mr. McGarry, I'm wondering if you would accept a friendly amendment to increase your line item to $2.3 million.
That's that's a lot of mill. I was trying to find like a middle path, so I'm going to have to decline the friendly.
Understood. Thank you.
Could actually, Mr. Jackson, could you confirm Ms. Dolan's statement? Will you be bringing another restructure before the council this year?
It is my understanding that the 3-year plan that was passed or was discussed and consented to involved restructuring this year. And we want to close out the year. We want to get the COVID dollars through the door because that will give us our best standing in front of the rating agencies. So we're probably talking late summer, fall.
Thank you. All set, Ms. Dolan? Thank you. Councilor Horsley.
Thank you. I'm wondering if Director Jackson can remind me how much we're saving in the refinance that was not understood last year.
The refinance that was recently passed by the council was a total savings of about 1.4 million over about 8 years, most of it coming in FY23.
Okay, got it. And so I'm also wondering where we are currently with the mill rate. And one of the reasons why I was opposed to cutting the negative expense line for the positions that will not be filled over the year is because we were going to come to this line. And now I feel like we can't put in 2.3 million because we're going to now raise the mill rate on our residents. And the taxes are really going up already because of the assessment going up. So let's be clear, even if we don't raise the mill rate, people are going to be paying more taxes this year in Hamden. And so I don't feel comfortable putting more money into this debt service like I want to. I was going to make that motion 2 weeks ago, if you remember. But here we are, and we reduced some of the expenses that we know we're going to get. And I don't feel like we're at a point where I feel comfortable going to 53 mills. And so I want to know where we are before we can decide on this personally. So that's what I'll say right now.
As of 5 o'clock today, we were at 51.93, just kind of eyeballing it from the changes that I think I recorded. We're probably at about 51.95, 51.9.
Okay. And so if we do 1 million, that's not going up more than, that's about a quarter of a mil or something.
Yeah, you're getting close to a third.
Thank you.
A point of clarification. So
Yes.
I believe we were at, I can't speak in mill rate to tell you the truth, but we were at 1.7 million unfavorable to the mayor's budget, but we added $650,000 tonight of unfavorable expenses. So now we're at 2.3 million. So that is 0.6 of a mil. And if we add another 2.3 million, which I'm asking for, you'd be at 1.2 mils. So you would be at the mayor's, our current was 51.93, or the mayor was 52.02. And if we added the 1.2, would be at 53.2. That is my understanding.
Yeah, so I won't vote for a budget that goes over 53. So I will be a no on this budget if that's what we decide to do as a council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Horsley. Councilor Farmer.
Just a couple of points of clarification, but before making my thoughts. What is a mill, Director Jackson now? Is it 3.5 million? What is it, 3.7?
About 3.9, I believe.
The president is accurate.
Okay, cool. No offense to you, Council President. I just want to make sure. I know I'm not the best at numbers, so just wanted to double check. Um, what was the mayor's proposed budget mill rate?
51.47.
Okay, and so again, I asked for a special meeting, particularly to address this idea of what we're going to do with the mill rate, because I knew that we were going to get to this conversation, and that there was this magical number in different people's heads about where we needed to be with a mill, with the mill rate. Because we've had dishonest budgeting, right? Budgeting where we did not have accurate numbers for some time. If we were going to get where our expenses needed to be, we knew we'd have to raise the mill rate, right? 2 years ago, that number, if we wanted to basically stay flat for the next 3 years, it was 55 mils, right? People don't want to hear that because they want to hear taxes going down. But we have to be honest with people, and we have to set a plan and an expectation that we are trending down. The majority of the reason that we're in this is because our long-term liabilities, right? We cannot continue to kick the can down the road, especially because we are adding generational debt to every person who is born. And on top of that, the debt that we're passing on, especially in the economy that we have, more families are going to be moving into town with younger people. We have costs that continue to balloon. The market is not the same. So we have to get ahead of things, right? If we want our town to be prosperous, we have to get ahead of things. We have to deal with the issues as they are now and create a plan. The first part is paying our debt. The second part is creating a plan. I know we can follow through with paying down more of our debt. We have to do a better job working with the administration, working with the mayor's office to come up with an actual plan that we are actually going to follow to see actual savings and to see a decrease. I will be I will be supporting this motion tonight because I think we need to be honest with taxpayers, whether or not the mill rate is going up or down. We got to be honest with them where things are trending so that they can do the best that they can in their own personal budgets and be honest with their families about what they can afford and what they can't afford, and whether they can continue to be in our community. And I hope that we will all do our jobs so that we can guarantee that they can continue to be in our community through you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Farmer. Further discussion on the motion. Councilor McDowell.
Yeah, I want to, without repeating what's already been said, if we honestly met our obligations 10 years ago, we never would have had to have a conversation about whether or not a 50 mil rate was something that we could exceed. We had that conversation last year. We now are in a situation where we have an opportunity to prevent 3-4 years from now having a conversation about whether or not we can stomach a 60 mil rate. At a certain point, the bill comes due. We can't keep restructuring and refinancing and all of this sweeping capital. Like, these bills come due. At the same time, I recognize that there is a threshold at which, and I believe in some respects we've already exceeded this, there's a threshold at which there's a critical point that you hit where you've gone too far. I think we've hit that point, but we've hit that point because the conversation didn't happen when we were talking. Well, this conversation should have happened and the issues should have been addressed when we were debating whether or not we could have hit a 40 mil rate. We had the conversation last year about whether or not we could hit a 50 mil rate. And now we seem to be sitting on this council with no recognition of the fact that we could just as easily in a few years be talking about whether or not it's 60. You could probably tell like some of this stuff is hard for me to articulate because I feel like we've said it so many times, so many different ways. At what point do we recognize that we have to meet basic liabilities and basic obligations to get to a point where we can see mill rate stabilization and eventually relief? Any effort that does not directly and fully meet our obligations means a mill rate raise later, and it lengthens that raise and how long it needs to be raised. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McDowell. Is there further discussion on the motion? Any further discussion? All right, the motion on the floor is a creation of a fund balance restoration line of $1 million in the debt service department. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye.
Clarification on the motion.
It is to approve the creation of a fund balance restoration line, object number to be determined, of $1 million in the debt service department. Okay, all in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye. I'm seeing 6, Ms. Renta.
Exactly what I have.
Opposed?
Polls, I'm sorry.
All right. Fails. Okay. Well, that is our debt service. Any further discussion on the debt service line? Councilor Dolan.
Thank you. I'd like to, I'm not exactly sure about proper procedure, and I don't want to waste anyone's time. So I'm not sure why people voted no. So I guess I'll make a motion to increase the debt service line by $2.3 million. Can I have a second?
Second.
So the motion is to increase the debt service line. Ms. Dolan, would you be creating a fund balance restoration line?
No, I would just use the same line items that we used previously.
I believe Mr. Galarza spoke to, those lines are like they're full. So it would be a fund balance restoration.
Create a fund balance restoration line for the full $2.3 million to bring debt service back up to the department request.
Very good. As the maker of the motion, would you like to speak to it?
Just quickly to reiterate that I think we should fully fund our debt service line item as recommended by our bound counsel. That's it.
Okay, discussion, this is a motion for a $2.3 million fund balance restoration line. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye.
aye,
I'm seeing 4 in support.
I saw 3. Can I see that one more time?
Mr. Weber, Mr. Farmer, Mr. McDowell, and Ms. Dolan.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Opposed, please indicate by saying or showing no. No.
No.
I'm seeing 8 in opposition, Ms. Renta. Motion fails. Counselor McDowell.
I suppose I want to ask for clarification and context purposes. We as a body have now committed to the debt restructuring. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the debt service line. Well, seeing none, I'll call for a vote on debt service simply as it is, unamended. All in favor of the debt service as presented by the mayor, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
opposed,
Opposed.
Okay, so it fails massively, but we must. Mr. Jackson, do you have some guidance here? Because we must have a debt service line, I would imagine, of some sort.
If I can make a point of order, I'm sorry. It doesn't reject the debt service. It just goes. We go back to deliberating it until we build a consensus. That's what it's.
Well, I asked for people to say something and no one said anything.
I'm just offering.
Okay,
point of order
well, good point. So in case you didn't know, now you know. We have to do something. So if
Can we get some more time on this? Can we like mull it over a little bit longer?
Yeah, Ms. Dolan.
Thank you. So I would encourage people to share their positions with us. I know that several people voted against President McGarry's $1 million motion. And the reason I made the $2.3 million motion is because I was unsure of whether people were voting against it because they thought it was too low or too high. So you all know I want the full 2.3, but I am willing to accept a lesser number so that we can get something in there. So I would just encourage everyone to sort of throw in an idea so that we can make a motion.
Thank you. I did put myself on the list. 2.3 was too rich for my blood. How about 1.25? I'll make a motion to create a fund restoration balance line at $1.25 million. May I have
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Horsley. Discussion, as I said, for me, the mill rate is, it's more than just people don't like it. You know, I went to the dentist today. I cracked a tooth last week and went to the dentist today. He's moving to Hamden, Canal Crossing. It was very nice. And of course I had to say, well, we're going to raise your taxes. And of course, you know, I don't know if that made my stay a little extra long. It's a little sore over here, but there you are. But it does, mill rate increases are hard on people. You know, it's not just, you know, a lot of us just grumble, oh, I don't like it. But it is really hard for people, especially as we always say, those first in need. So it's not an ignoble thing to try to keep the mill rate from being too high. And I know that's what a lot of people are feeling and thinking, and that's just where I'm at on this too. I do want to give a level of comfort that we're addressing this issue. We know that the negative expense creates a little gap, and so this tends to fill a little bit. And that's all from me. Councilor McDowell.
Thank you. I agree that it is a good intention to keep the mill rate as low as we can. I would agree with that sentiment. My caveat is that if you do that by increasing liabilities, and those liabilities extend 30 years, and we're staring at a debt calendar that, how do we get to the fourth, fifth year? Like how do we get there? How do we make those payments? If we can't do this now, how do we get to those payments? Are we just saying that we're just not going to ever get there? We're going to keep restructuring. I mean, at a certain point it implodes. You can refinance, restructure, whatever you want to call it. You can do all these different financial movies for your house. At some point, the bank says you're not paying us. Like, I understand that it is different when you're talking about a municipal government, but at some point, the state says, well, you're not paying your bills. And you have no intention to pay your bills. It's one thing if we do restructures and refinance and make good on our stated intention of meeting those obligations, but we have not done that for years. There's been several of these maneuvers since I've been on the council. I've been on the council for 3 years, 3.5 years. I will support this motion because it moves us in the direction we need to go, but I don't know if it gets, like, for you all asked to state where we are. I don't know if this gets me to a place where I can support passing a debt restructure budget that we have in front of us. It still leaves us massively underfunded on that front. I also, can I ask a question? Because perhaps I didn't fully understand the answer prior. What is the difference between, what is the distinction between putting it in a fund balance line versus our debt service? Like, what is the difference between doing those two things?
Mr. Gallardo, do you want to speak to that? Or Mr. Jackson? When I got the recommendation, I would put it anywhere. Just this recommendation.
No, that's fine. I'm just wondering what the distinction is. Why does go ahead?
No, go ahead, Councilman McDowell. I'll let you finish. I apologize. Go ahead.
That was all I had. I just want to know what's the difference between where we put it? What is yeah.
Yeah, so we're ultimately putting it in debt service. You know, the department is debt service. We're just creating a separate line for purposes of, being transparent and showing that, that money is basically, it shows up on, the income statement or the budget as an expense that, it wouldn't be expended. It's like a placeholder for the plan of restabilizing and rebuilding the town's fund balance, if you will. So we talked previously about, it could go into council's E&C. We talked about a home for any additional money. A lot of places, they have it in sundries or in different areas, but we felt for council purposes, this is, the finance department trying to establish a comfortable place and, so to build confidence between us that it's going to go into debt service. And we know that we can't transfer out of debt service. So it protects the council. It's in the best interest of the town to have this type of line item, right, or account in our debt service, because it's also protected by the charter where, we're not going to utilize that funding for a different type of expense. Let's say police overtime is high next year. We're not going to use that $1 million. That really secures the intent of this, whatever amount of money gets, passed, or if it stays at the mayor's recommended budget, that the intent secured by the charter will drop to the fund balance. So, our recommendation is finance professionals in the best interest of for the town, and to abide what council's intentions really are. We recommended that we keep it in debt service. We've informed the state that we're keeping it there for these specific purposes. And, we just have to decide what that number is going to be this evening, or, when we come around to debt service, whatever that number becomes, it's a guarantee that that's what the intent, and we're not going to shift the intent, just so that, whatever council decides this evening, they'll be confident that, it will go there. There is a purpose, there is a plan, and that's how that's how we're going to utilize those funds.
Thank you. I'm not going to split hairs then. If this is where we want to put it, whatever gets us to a debt service, that'll pass. I want to be clear on the record that my intent and my concern is addressing our liabilities. And that's not to say that growing our fund balance isn't incredibly important. It is. But if our fund balance is built on the back of borrowed money, it's not really an honest fund balance. So I'm sorry, Deputy Director, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just want to elaborate on liabilities, and it goes to what Councilwoman Dolan is trying to say, that we have liabilities right now. If you have a negative fund balance, you have to make that up. That's a liability. There's state statutes that indicate we should in the upcoming budget fulfill our obligations to fund those losses. So I think we talk about liabilities, and if you have a negative fund balance, what that does, especially like next month when we speak to the rating agencies on the refinancing that was approved by council a couple of weeks ago, is that we have that liability, and that's gonna pose unfavorable to the town when it comes to, we're trying to refinance and get a lower interest rate. We're trying to bring a capital plan to council and go out to bond. So we want better interest rates, right? So that means less dollars, less taxpayer dollars if we get better interest rates. So we have to have our financials in order. And this is, we talk about a plan, and this is, another step with the overall plan to address the short-term and the long-term town's liabilities, to get them to a position where when we do go out to the market, when we do call Webster Bank for a short-term note for like a TAN, we get a quick and instant response. So we are working. This is part of, addressing our liabilities short-term with a focus of a long-term financial position. So it encompasses what we need to do in town. The bottom line is, how much do you want to put toward your liabilities now? And I guess that's the question. Not so much the placement. We think it's more secure in debt service, but it goes toward, better financial planning with a short-term focus, but really with a long-term outcome to try to reduce our long-term liabilities. That's really the intent behind what we're doing here with the plan that council approved, that Mr. Jackson talked about, that it's going to take 3 years to realize. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director. I'll support this. I don't feel it goes far enough. I don't know if it gets me to a place where I support the debt restructuring budget. Thank you.
It looks like we lost Mick. Oh, no, there he is.
Unmute yourself, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Farmer, my bad.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilor Dolan, for clarifying. Yeah, I thought I made it pretty clear. We need to we need to bring it back up to the 2.3, right? We can talk about those first in need, right? But budgets are moral documents, right? That's something I say every year. I drone on and on and on, and we get to this point. Budgets are moral documents, right? We, whether it is our intention to or not, we have to be intention to be dishonest or not. We have to be honest with our community members about how we are setting the budget and what our plan is. We have to give people an opportunity to have a life raft. If they don't feel that we have an adequate plan to address debt in the long term, I feel it is our obligation to be honest with taxpayers and say, this is our plan and strategy. It may not work for your family, but to give them the opportunity to understand where we're going so that they can plan what is best for their families, right? The worst thing would to be is to mislead taxpayers that that by shorting this line, we're going to have a better plan to bring down long-term costs, right? Only for them to figure out ways to finagle it, to do everything in their own personal budgets, try to stick it out, to stay in the town that they love, only to end up losing their house or not being able to make the payments that they need to, right? So I want to be as honest as I can with taxpayers where we are and what our plan is to tackle and deal with the long-term debt. As I said before, not only that we have one of the oldest populations, but also we are one of the few populations in the state as well as in the country that pass along generational wealth, right? Generational wealth. It is a blessing that we have that ability in our town, that people stick it out and say, I want to be in the community of Hamden. I want to pass this on to my children. I want them to have what I had. So I want us to be as honest as we can with those taxpayers so that they can make that decision for themselves. Is it worth the risk? Is it worth the investment to stick it out with us as we come up with a long-term plan? Through you, I want the 2.3, right? I'm gonna go with as close as we can get, but I want the 2.3. Through you,
Thank you, Councilor Farmer. Councilor Bonaduce.
Thank you. I guess I'm just really tired because I'm having a little trouble following this. I do think that we need to, if we have a plan, because that seems to be the goal, that everybody wants to have a plan, to get to the point where we have a stable mill rate so that people can predict year to year what their expenses are going to be, what their taxes are going to be. And that is the deficit mitigation plan. So that included one restructure last year that we did. It includes another one this year. It includes ramping up to the full amount, which we need to get to 30 million by, what date is that, Mr. Bernabe? Is that 2024? We have to get up to 30 million. Is he still on the call? I don't see him.
He's here. I'm not sure if he's here.
Oh, I do see him.
Mr. Bernabe?
Mr. Bernabe.
Yes, I'm sorry. I couldn't unmute. You are correct. 25. Fiscal
Okay.
25.
Fiscal 25. So we need to go 2 million every year. If we pay, so here's my question. So if we put in 22 million, like we said we were going to do as part of the deficit mitigation plan, we only pay 17.5. How does that money goes to the fund balance? So that sits in the fund balance. We do another restructure, that money again the following year, but go down to the fund balance. How, I know that's going to help us with rating agencies, but I'm so tied up in knots. I just don't even know
the 2.3 million is the deficit from the previous year, correct? That's why that number is in there. That's how that number of 2.3 comes in as this negative expense, correct? How do you take a deficit and commingle it into this year's budget? I thought that was not allowed. So I'm not following. I'm just obviously.
Mr. Jackson, would you like to explain that, please? The 2.3.
Certainly. That 2.3 is sort of a but for. But for last year's deficit, this line would be 24 million. There are very few lines that can, or service areas that can withstand $2.3 million. And so that's why it's here. And it's also here because we can't touch it once it's there. So that's the rationale behind why it's there. I understand and empathize, Councilwoman, with the numbers just kind of swimming around.
Yeah, it really, they're swimming, and I guess I've gotten, not enough sleep to really grasp. I still think we need to be cognizant of raising the mill rate. I know everyone wants to be honest with the taxpayer and will say, well, this is honest, here's 3 mill rate increase. That doesn't help people with their budgets on a year-to-year basis. If they're just making their mortgage payment and we say, well, we want to be honest with you, so here's 3 mill rate increase. That's not a help. So I guess I have to say that I'm in favor of a ramp up so that people know year over year, I'm going to get, it's baked into the pie of the budget that every year is probably going to be a 1 mill rate increase, 1 mill to cover this building up to what we need to pay for debt service. We have to just put that out there so that people understand that that's coming over the next 3+ years. I don't want to do it all at once to people just because we say, well, look how honest we're being. We're going to hurt people badly with a 3 mill rate increase this year. And I'm sorry the dogs are barking, but something must have occurred outside. I'm gonna leave it there.
Thank you, Ms. Bondi's. Ms. Dolan.
Thanks. So the negative 2.3 million in the debt service line item, I think if we all just ignored it, it might make things more simple to understand. So I understand that it's confusing, and I understand that it's really important for our finance team to have it there. But because we've placed it in this area, what it essentially does is it reduces our debt service. And I think that what we want to do is have our debt service be funded at 100%. And while I fully understand that is not a good idea to increase the mill rate and to end this budget with a much higher mill rate than the mayor is recommending, I don't think that this is really a discretionary place to cut. It's different than, funding a position that didn't exist, or not cutting an expense that was in a specific department. This is an obligation. And while we are, on the one hand, able to cut it, we have been counseled to not cut it. And it was in the spirit of the debt restructure that we agreed to not cut it. And if we do cut it, then we're not doing what we said in the debt restructure. And so therefore, the debt restructure that we did really accomplished nothing. All it's doing is paying our current year operating expenses. And so while I understand we don't want to increase the mill rate, this isn't really discretionary, in my opinion. What we should do is fully fund this line item and then go back through some expenses and see what we can cut or where we think we can achieve more revenue. But I would.
We were told not to do the restructure if we weren't going to fully fund the debt service, correct? So don't bother. Why bother? doing that. Is Mr. Bernabe, can you just weigh in on that? What is your advice here? What is your advice? Pay you for advice.
Well, I think Ms. Dolan brought up some good points. When we've done this in other communities, it was a lot less stressful because typically when debt service is put into the budget, there's no discussion. It's saying, well, that's the debt service. That's what we have to pay. If we want to cut the budget, let's look somewhere else. Yes, I think the challenge, in my opinion, is as I hear everything going on, is expenses in the town increases each year. And what the town has done historically has reduced the debt service budget to help mitigate the increases in other areas of the budget. That's why we artificially push down debt service. Now, as Ms. Dolan said, if you push down debt service and use all of that savings to mitigate other increases in the budget, that catches up to you at some point. So the plan was to, we did artificially lower it. And the plan, again, as we said, is to gradually, over a course of 4 years, to increase it to the $30 million. Now, if the town does not want to increase the debt service budget to the 24 million, you can do that. You can say, listen, it's just too painful to pay that. But just be aware, for fiscal 23, which is not next year's budget, but the budget after that, the town's debt service, the actual debt service, is going to be $28 million. So if the town just budgets, I'm not quite sure where it is right now, but if you stay at 22 million, then 1 year from that, debt is going to increase by $6 million to get up to 28. That's again why we had the plan to go up $2 million a year in debt service. Now, when you talk about increases in the mill rate, just be aware, what we're talking about here is just debt service. Everything else that goes on in the budget, wages, insurance, energy costs, that's not involved in this. This is just debt service. Debt service really should go up $2 million a year for the next couple of years until you level off at $30 million, which is the normal. So in a way, people say, well, our taxes are too high. And this is awful saying this. In a way, the normal debt service should be $30 million for next year's budget. But we artificially pushed it down to give the town time to ramp up. So any amount that the town budgets less than $24 million for next year, all that means is that ramp up is just going to be delayed. It's going to be pushed out. It's not going to go away.
Yeah,
It's going to get pushed out for future generations to ramp up. So I know that the challenge is we don't want taxes to go up, and nobody wants taxes to go up. But the reality is debt service is going to increase very quickly over the next couple of years up to $30 million. Any deferral will only push that can further down.
Okay, so to get it to 24, what do we need to raise? How much do we need to put in that line item to get it?
The motion right now is to increase it by 1.25. So we would have to increase by another, let's see, 1.05 to get to.
We'd have to go back to the 2.3 million that we rejected, that motion.
Yeah. 2.3 was 1 million was rejected. 2.3 was overwhelmingly rejected. So, tried 1.25. I do think, Ms. Dolan, actually, you have the floor at this time.
Since I still have the floor, I will leave it with, I see that two council persons have their hands raised, but I'd love to hear from anyone who hasn't spoken so we sort of can get an idea of what motion to make that we might think will pass. If it's not 2.3 and it's not 1.2, is it somewhere in between?
And Mr. Farmer, Mr. McDowell, I'm going to go with Ms. Wetmore. She actually had her hand up prior, and she hasn't weighed in on this particular motion yet.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chair Dolan. I just have a question. I don't really understand this. I never was very good at math, but I really don't understand this whole thing. So my question is, I think we need to put in what you said, but I also want to know how much that's going to raise the mill rate.
Mr. Jackson, would you be able to speak to that?
Yeah, so the motion on the floor, I think, is 1.25. Is that accurate?
I'm talking about the full amount, the
2.3.
The 2.3. That's about 2/3 of a mil.
okay. So that's not 3 mills that we're talking about, correct?
But
0.6.
prior to tonight's action, there was a 1.7. There were $1.7 million worth of changes to the budget, negative. So so when you put those together, that's 4 million, which is more than a mil, and that doesn't include the action items from earlier today.
So bottom line, what would it be? Just in a range.
52, 52.8.
52.8.
Around there, based upon the numbers that were issued at about 5 o'clock today.
So what's the increase then? I'm really
No, I'm
confused. I'm
sorry.
really
It's more
tired.
than
I'm
that. It's more-
sorry.
It's more than that. It's 50. You're in the territory of 53 and change.
Point of clarification, I think Ms. Wetmore is asking for the overall mill rate increase after this is done, total with the budget, correct, Ms. Wetmore?
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I'm.
Total
asking.
amount after this is done at the 2.3 million, say you go with that, what's the total mill rate increase?
Right. It's an increase of about $4 million to budget, which is a little bit over a mil. Started the day at 51.93. So we would land in 52.1. I'm sorry, 53.1 or thereabouts.
With all those other add-ons as well, the total mill rate increase is what she's asking for, overall total mill rate.
That we
Yes.
would charge.
Yeah,
the
there's one item that is not included, which is the items from 6 o'clock to 10:21.
What's the number? What's the number again? 3 mills, 2 mills? How much of a tax increase?
It's 1 1/3 mils.
Oh.
Point of
Total, I don't.
I'm sorry, point of clarification. I don't think that's accurate. I think this raises 1.3 mils, but we have other factors that have increased too as well.
Right. This is 2.3 million. The changes to 5 o'clock today were 1.7 million. So that's 4 million total. The value of a mill is a little under 4 million. So it's a mill and change.
Okay.
So the Hamden taxpayer goes up 1 mil and change by this budget overall.
If you do the 2.3.
If we do, I'm willing to do that.
I still don't.
Or that's let me rephrase. That is a mill and change over where the budget was. Based upon the changes you've made so far. So I just want to be clear that the mayor's proposed budget was 51.47. You're treading around 53 now.
And how much was the mayor's budget increasing?
The reval throws the numbers off. So the increase in tax dollars or size of budget, what's your preference?
Mill rate increase. How much of a mill rate?
Right.
All of this.
With everything.
Everything, all of it, from last year's budget to the new budget. How much should we increase the mill rate by? Not that hard.
How about should we take a comfort break for about 10 minutes?
Sounds good.
time to get some stuff done and everyone can get a drink of water or.
Just to clarify, we understand the question. We're looking for the number, how much the mill rate's going to be increased by versus last year's budget, 3 mill tax.
Mr.
Exactly.
Caesar, if I could just, the problem is that the reval increases taxes without raising the mill rate. So
But
even if,
doesn't it also, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah, so even if we keep the mill rate exactly the same, people that own property in Hamden are gonna pay more taxes. Like my taxes went up 20%, right? But then that's not increasing the mill rate. So if we now increase the mill rate over that, we're increasing taxes even more. So
We have
that's,
to do something to get out of debt. I mean, some
of
people.
course,
I'm
and we
sorry,
are.
But
but
you
that-
have
But
to right
let's
now.
talk about that later, but I just wanted to
Miss
clarify
Whitmore has
what,
the floor right now. And
okay,
before we take a little bit of a break, and give Mr. Jackson a little bit of time to solidify those numbers.
I'm good with that.
Let's come back. It's 10:26. How about we come back at 10:40?
10 minutes?
10:36. Let's come back at 10:36. Take a 10-minute break. We're in recess at 10:26.
Hey. Yep.
Mr. Jackson, you're not.
Mr.
You're muted now.
Okay, and we are back out of recess. Okay, Mr. Jackson, are you still working on those numbers, or do you have a?
No, I feel like I wasn't communicating particularly well. So I'm actually going to pass the baton over to Mr. Galarza, and I'll jump in as necessary.
Okay. Mr. Galarza? I'm not seeing Mr. Galarza.
He may be running numbers. I'll be brief and to the point. Bold but brief, as my friend Councilman Farmer says. The current mill rate is 51.98. The mill rate, when you add in the 2.3 plus the $600,000 so far, is approximately 52.7. But it's very hard to compare that 52.7 to the 51.98 for the reasons that Councilor Horsley brought up, which is the impact of the rebound.
Thank you. So we are, the mill rate is being increased by about 1.2 right now, but that does not take into account the fact that taxes are going up because of the reval.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wetmore, you still have the floor. I'm sorry, Ms. Wetmore, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I do understand that the revals made our taxes go up. It made mine go up also in the little house I live in. However, we agreed when I voted for this, we were going to follow this plan at least as closely as possible when we did the restructure. And I think we have to stick to that. How many times are we going to say we're going to do something and not do it? I'm sorry, we just can't keep not doing it. Like someone said, it's going to implode on us. That's just my opinion. So I will support Dolan's motion of 2.3 million.
Well, Ms. Dolan's motion for 2.3 failed earlier, but perhaps we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, well, thank you. Mr. Farmer, Mr. McDonald, I'm going to go down the list of folks who have not yet had their first bite. Ms. Klaus.
Thank you, President McGarry. I am just trying to look for a little consensus here, and I'm gonna ask if you would accept a friendly to meet in the middle at 1.75.
Yes, I would. And so I accept the friendly amendment. Ms. Horsley was the seconder. Ms. Horsley, would you accept the friendly amendment?
Sure.
All right, so the motion is now 1.75. What were we calling it? A fund balance restoration line in the debt service department. And I'll continue on. Mr. Caesar.
Thank you very much. I'm going to continue to listen to the conversation on this, but I think one of the missing components in our discussion with this is obviously the lack of, I believe, focus on the grand list and trying to increase our grand list through economic development. If we had proper economic development focus, we'd be able to obviously have funding for many of our different issues. I just think that, this has got to be part of the focus. I'm just going to take a point of privilege right now. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next few weeks, I have additional announcements of new businesses coming to North Haven. These will include new small businesses and larger businesses as well, projects that I have personally been involved with. Sincerely, Mike Frieda. That type of advocacy, I think, is needed in terms of bringing real economic development to this town so that we can really address the mill rate situation we have. I don't think we're doing it enough. I think we've let previous economic development coordinators pretty much do what they wanted to do with no accountability. And I think that obviously this is coming back to bite us now. So I really think we have to focus on economic development as well with this as a long-term plan. Otherwise, we're going to keep just putting on the backs of the taxpayers, and that's not fair. We should be focusing on businesses as well and trying to attract them like North Haven is, and try to increase our grant list that way. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to let the conversation continue on with this in terms of the numbers. Like I said, I'm not happy about any of these numbers, but we have to do something. Obviously, I get that, but I really think we have to focus on economic development, as I've said for many years now, with this issue we're having. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Caesar. Councilor Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. I'll try to be bold yet brief. I'm accused of talking too much. Sometimes I feel that my words aren't really heard. I'm going to pick it back off of Councilor Caesar. Every year he does make the point that we do need to be better at economic development. With that, we also have to be willing to change as a town in order to attract certain businesses, right? So I agree with that wholeheartedly, and we culturally just have to change. Northern and Southern Hamden culturally have to change to bring in business, because we've had opportunities where other people in town decided against it and hurt the town as a whole. So I agree with you 1,000%, Councilor Caesar. In terms of consensus, Mr. Bernabe came here, a year ago. Mr. Panico came here a year ago. I have never seen Mr. Panico panicked. I've never seen Mr. Bernabe so worried when we had the restructuring, because they were like, hold on, you're not going to vote for this? Are you insane? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, you have to vote for this restructure. Otherwise, you're going to have all these crazy, like, you have to do it. I almost felt moved by the argument, because I could see that Mr. Bernabe was so concerned for us and so concerned for our town. And here we are again, where we're talking about kicking the can down the road. After we made a plan, I voted against that restructure, right? The plan was the 2.3. So we have gone in a circular argument, coming right back, as many of us said we would, to be in a situation where a year from now we'll be in a much more panicked situation. There is no compromise. The compromise was to do the restructuring. Many of us didn't want to do the restructuring then. Many of us don't want to spend more money now. We are talking in a circular argument that is taking months for us to complete the circle. 2.3, that is what we need. I'm going to go with whatever the consensus is, but 2.3 is what we need, right? I don't want to bring back Mr. Bernabe and Mr. Panico here begging us to have common sense, because at that point, now I feel like I'm insane, because I'm like, okay, well, now I'm arguing for the exact opposite of what I argued for a year ago. Through you.
Thank you, Councilor Farmer. Councilor McDowell.
Thank you. After hearing some of the testimony from our council, I believe I cannot support a debt restructure budget that does not fully meet the obligation of this $2.3 million. I will support and vote for anything that gets us closer to that 2.3, but when it comes for the vote on the debt service budget as amended, I can't support anything that is below the that does not meet that $2.3 million. It's hard to deal with now. It's going to be harder to deal with in a few years when that debt balloons in a big way. So I want to appreciate Councilwoman Wetmore for I appreciate you asking the questions that you did. I don't think it's unreasonable for any of us to be confused about this, and I think we need to acknowledge that. There are a lot of things that come from the administration that are built in confusing ways, and we have to be okay with saying, wait, hold up, I'm not sure I understand this. And so I want to appreciate that because I think it's important that we're able to do that. And we see confusing shifts and movement and transfers frequently enough where it's reasonable that we're confused. So in any case, like I said, I'll support this motion, but not supporting a debt service budget that doesn't acknowledge that $2.3 million. I think the best way to move forward would be to eliminate the deficit mitigation plan line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McDowell. Councilor Bonadies.
Okay, I have said this before. Part of the deficit mitigation plan included sale of town assets. Haven't heard anything about that. Not part of the plan. Hasn't come to us in any way, shape, or form. That was part of the plan that we voted on. It was a debt restructure. It was sale of town assets, and that's just been dropped. And that often happens because once you get the money rolling, everything else gets forgotten about. So I want to see the whole plan implemented as it was presented to us by the finance team. So I'm gonna support the 1.75. I think with additional cuts and some attrition savings, we can get to 2 million and approach that every year. I'm looking for predictability for our taxpayers. I don't want 2.3, 2.5, 4. We got to have predictability for people. So I would like to get a number that we could every year, and then, with either attrition or whatever savings cuts we can make to get to the 2, so that we reach 30 million by year 24, 25. So I will support the 1.75 as long as we can get the other 0.25 with other means. But I want to see the whole plan implemented as it was sold to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonadies. Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Council. I wanted to, I actually wanted to support the $2.3 million motion. However, it failed. So I was interested in making another motion closer to that number at 2.2, but I want to wait until this motion is voted on.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Further discussion on the motion to create a fund balance restoration line of $1.75 million in the debt service department. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye.
Aye.
Ms. Klaus? Ms. Gary?
Aye.
Aye.
I got 10, Ms. Renta. Did you get 10?
I have 9. Who was that last aye that just spoke out?
Ms. Close or
I think that
Councilor
was me.
Kraus.
Athena.
Yeah,
Oh,
Ms.
That-
Gary.
that's my 10. That's my 10 right there.
Okay. Opposed?
Opposed.
I see 2 in opposition. Abstentions?
I saw 3.
3. Okay.
I got Miss Dolan.
I didn't catch Mr. Weber.
Okay.
Any abstentions? All right, the item passes. We are back to discussing the debt service line. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote of the debt Councilor Farmer.
I would like to make a motion to move that line to 2.2.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. McDowell. Mr. Farmer, would you like to speak to your motion?
Nope, said everything I need to.
All right, any discussion on this motion?
Sorry, what was the exact language on that?
I'm assuming, Mr. Farmer, to create a debt fund balance restoration line of 2.2 million.
Correct.
Yeah, so the
Very good
2.2
job.
million would be in addition to the 1.75 million that we just passed.
I said 2.2 million, so that would be
Right.
realizing.
All right.
There you go.
That answers my confusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bonadies?
Councilman Farmer, would you accept a friendly amendment of 1.99?
Sure. Councilor McDowell, where are you on this?
So, yeah,
I'm
Councilor,
down for, sorry, Mr. President.
you accept the friendly amendment?
I am in favor of anything that gets us closer to the $2.3 million. So yes, I would accept this if it helps us build consensus. Yes.
Oh,
All right, so just for clarification, we're now 1.99.
yep.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? All right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying or showing aye. I'm seeing 6 in support.
Hold on, my pen ran out. I had to grab another, so I had to look away. I'm sorry.
Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Well, yeah, good call. Let's roll call vote it, I guess.
Let me grab another pen because this one's almost out. And this is 1.99.
We got to get Miss Rento one of those like stenograph machines where she can be like,
Okay, Councilwoman Baez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bonadies,
Yes.
Councilman Caesar,
Yes.
Councilwoman Klaus,
No.
Councilwoman Dolan,
yes.
Councilman Farmer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gary,
Can you tell me what motion this is?
this is
1.99
Yes.
fund restoration line in the deficit budget.
Yes.
Councilwoman Horsley,
No.
Councilman McDowell,
Yes.
President McGarry,
No.
Councilwoman Rowe Lewis,
No.
Councilwoman Shoemaker. It didn't, no audio came out, Ms. Shoemaker. Gotcha, no. Thank you. Councilman Weber? That shows a yes. Councilwoman Wetmore?
Yes.
It passes with 5 opposed.
Okay. So we have created a fund restoration line of $1.99 million. Further discussion on debt service. Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote as amended. All in favor of the debt service as amended, please indicate by saying or showing aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Opposed.
see 3 in opposition, abstentions. All right, the debt service line, the debt service has been accepted. All right, Councilor Horsley.
President McGarry, can you let us know what the plan is tonight? I'm tired and we stayed up late last night. My brain is not working very well at this point.
Hey, sorry, gang. Public input tomorrow is our public hearing on this. We kind of.
So the plan is we're just gonna keep going through and not limiting anything. We're just gonna stay up till, because I'm not gonna be able to do that. Other people might be able to, and they want to talk to me on the be disrespectful, but I'm just telling you what my limits are.
I understand.
I agree.
I agree.
Honestly, not quite sure. We could cancel the public hearing and not have a public hearing.
Point of clarification, what's left on the agenda that we still have to do tonight?
At present, now we have the library,
Police department.
Tax.
library, police department, tax office.
Economic development and planning.
That too.
Yep.
That's
Community youth.
Why?
We have an option. We cannot have our public hearing tomorrow. And
Then what?
have public hearing before can't we meet again for deliberations after we hear from the public?
No, we have to have a budget to present to the public to make comment on.
Can the public hearing be Saturday?
I did ask Ms. Ruin to check in on this. So, Mr. McDowell, why don't you go ahead and we check my email from Ms. Ruin.
I've two things. First option would be, I think residents know where we're headed on this. I think the folks who are going to participate in public hearing know the conversations that are being had. They know the things that are outstanding. I think it would be fair to have a public hearing tomorrow that might guide us through an additional public hearing after. But I don't know if that's like procedurally, I don't know if we have to take a vote before. I don't know what that is procedurally. So in the past, I remember us not voting on the budget until after the public hearing.
What's that?
Perhaps I'm mistaken on that. So if it is possible, though, I think it would be best to hold the public hearing tomorrow. Perhaps that gives us some direction on the things we're still unsure about. And then we maybe.
No, we can't have a public hearing on a budget that's not done.
Okay. If that's not possible, then it sounds like our options are either Saturday's no, because you have to have a public hearing before. I would say it sounds like our options are either plug away tonight. Is it possible we can extend into day next week?
I think what we can do, we could make the public hearing could be the public comment section. I'm reading through this communication from Ms. Ruin right now.
I'm gonna feel a lot of head shake, but I'm really reaching deep into the box right now. I mean,
Why can't we work with something on Friday?
yeah, that's exactly where I was going. I know
We could have public input on Friday, a public hearing on Friday, yeah.
Finish deliberations tomorrow, have the public
All
hearing
right.
on Friday.
Done
I can't
and
do
done.
Friday.
We'll finish up deliberations tomorrow night. Ms. Renta will have to change our schedule up. Public hearing on Friday.
Could we see who could do it on Friday? I mean, I thought Friday was our only night we had open, so I made
Yeah,
plans.
It is, yeah, so, but.
But we can't do Saturday like we had on the docket.
Well, we will do Saturday, but Saturday will be any no deliberations and then the final vote. Special meeting at 10:30. Deliberations starting at 9. If there's anything left to discuss. Councilor Farmer?
I won't be here.
Yeah, I hope that the public will have robust conversation. Earlier, our public hearings were pretty short, So it's a possibility our public hearings will be pretty short. Hopefully not, but there's a chance. The other thing I was gonna ask is it possible for us to, I think we maybe have like an hour, hour and a half left of items. So is it possible to double schedule for Saturday? Because I think we can probably get through what we need to and then hear from the public. And I don't think.
No, what I'm gonna go with is we'll have deliberations Thursday, public hearing Friday, Saturday, any final deliberations and then final vote.
If Ms. Wetmore can't be here Friday, why can't we have budget hearing Saturday and then vote?
Leave room for deliberations after hearing from the public.
We're gonna deliberate tomorrow night. We got about an hour and a half left. We were just told. We have time Saturday for more deliberation and we vote after that. And we have a hearing and a vote after that.
Actually, Mr. Weber has hand up first. Mr. Weber?
Yes, I know, but she didn't say that in the press release.
I was just indicating.
I didn't see the press
That's all. I'm just gonna mute all. Just unmute yourself, please, Mr. Weber. I'm just getting some background. Mr. Weber, you have the floor.
I'm just indicating I'm going to be traveling from like 6 to 11 by plane tomorrow.
Yeah, there's always going to be a bad day when we add stuff. It's going to be bad for somebody.
But in defense of Ms. Wetmore, she was told we were not meeting on Friday. She made plans for Friday night.
I hear what you're saying, Mr. Caesar. Mr. McDowell?
Recognize that this is a tough situation to be in. Perhaps I'm out of bounds here. I too find it hard to believe that we would need 6 hours on Saturday. If we finished a budget tomorrow, done, everything's done. We stay late, we get it done if we need to. It's hard for me to imagine Saturday, public hearing, any final motions or deliberation.
Yeah, there's no expectation that we meet for 6 hours on Saturday.
No, that's
what I think what we can do. I will double check with Ms. Gruen in the morning. But I think what we can do is refer to our public comment section on Saturday as our public hearing. It's a tad disingenuous because we won't really have deliberations. But perhaps I can put the meeting into recess for any further deliberations before we take the vote.
I have a point of personal privilege.
I had the floor.
Yeah, you do have the floor, Mr. McDowell. Want to continue?
I'm not saying that we need to meet for 6 hours, but generally our meetings are 9 to 3 on Saturdays. That is 6 hours minus a half-hour lunch, right? So maybe 5.5. I think we could fit that all in there. I think that's possible on a Saturday if we could work the public hearing in on there. That way we all have our Friday night that we expected. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Wedmore?
I had a point of personal privilege.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Mr. Caesar.
Thank you. This is now several nights now where we haven't had a parliamentarian present to make rulings on things and make decisions for things. I really think it's got to be part of this process here of having somebody here. We always had somebody in the past or somebody made available to do this, okay? To wait for another email tomorrow.
No, we have not. That's incorrect.
No, we've had people make rulings. The town attorney should be here or somebody like
That's incorrect as well.
to help us. It's really ridiculous.
Mr. Caesar, I'm sorry, you're wrong on both those counts. Ms. Lewis?
I thought you said Miss Wetmore.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I took her hand down. Ms. Wetmore?
Yes, we're meeting tomorrow night, correct? Thursday night?
Yes, we'll be meeting tomorrow night. Tomorrow will be deliberations rather than the public hearing.
Okay, so if we do the deliberations tomorrow night, why can't we still do 10:30 Saturday? And if we have anything to wrap
The
up.
idea that I'm going to just double check with is if we can.
Got no ruling on that tonight.
I'm sorry, Mr. Caesar? Well, you didn't have the floor anyway.
Waiting for a ruling on the town attorney.
There's never been a town attorney at budget deliberations. Never. I'm just putting that out there. It's inappropriate to suggest she's not doing her job by not being present at all these budget deliberations.
Waiting for a ruling on this. I guess we'll wait till tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, we will wait till tomorrow. Look, it's not Ms. Gruen's fault, nor is it my fault, nor is it the fault of people that we didn't do our homework, that we took forever, that, people had to keep making speeches.
It was the way you ran the meetings that
The
caused the
collective
gross
group,
remarks.
I have the floor,
Could we
Mr.
stop,
Caesar.
could we,
Thank
could
you.
we not do
Mr.
this? Could we
Caesar,
not
thank
do
you.
this? Could we just speak,
No, apparently we need to do this, Ms. Baez. We wasted a lot of time.
it's burrito, it's burrito. It's
That's not the fault of lots of people. Here's what is going to happen. Tomorrow night, we deliberate at 6. I will check with Ms. Gruen tomorrow during hours to see if we can call our public input, public hearing, and move on from there. I suspect it'll be fine. And that's what we're going to do. Good night.
Run a better meeting.